Welcome to today's session of Viewer Levels. As the first submissions come into the queue, we're going to do a quick warm-up with a new piece by Megatoro. This is called a Barrage Road, and according to machine translation, the text says something about the uphill being scary, and so soon enough, I guess we'll find out what that means. And then we'll get into the first submissions from Glitch and Breaker Tech. So glad to see some of you here right from the start. And I'm reading your name as Head Heavener. I don't know if that's close at all, but thank you for the submission as well. Sure, let's grab the 10 coin, why not? Let's walk. Maybe a bit slow to do that. So, black is good, stars are bad. Red isn't too bad, we'll just, whoops. Pretty much need to ride out every projectile here. And yeah, Glitch, I had, whoops, thought I could get a head start here. I'm glad you managed to kind of camp for the stream coming online so you can get in right away, like somebody hunting for a graphics card. But yeah, like I said, I keep meaning to try to start it earlier at more reasonable times for people, but it has been very difficult to make happen. Whoops. Okay, I do need to read the track pattern a bit and anticipate when the cannons are going to go up slope. That's what it means by saying the uphill is scary, I think. Tempest Funk, welcome. And, oh, whoops. That didn't go well. We can survive. It's a bad idea, but... And it also doesn't last very long. Tempest Funk just finished a new level. Excellent. Looking forward to it. Okay, now let's see here. Yeah, so not only do I dodge the stars and everything red, pretty much, and maybe follow the coins along the way, but I do need to mind the upslopes here. Interestingly enough, if you do take a hit, it does give you a chance to reacquire the SMB2 mushroom if you survive for long enough. That was a bad time to do it, though. No. Bang, welcome. Okay, let's have another go at this. As always, do let me know if there are any technical issues with the stream. We try to catch those nice and early. And failing that, we'll hopefully get nice clean recordings of everything that you have to show me today. Dodge the stars, dodge everything else. A little behind pace here. I almost had a chance to skip over that star and head to the next SMB2 mushroom, which would have rescued me there, but not quite. Double J, welcome, and King Brock as well. And here we are. Haha, attack me, joke's on you. I'm not running this game inside a window that would be affected by Control W. But thanks for the suggestion. Whoops. Okay, yeah, just have to mind those coins over there as the indicator of where to go with that. So let's move up here. And here we are going down. I actually kind of like these markings here in terms of giving you a bit of a trail, but you can see a little bit dangerous to get past that corner, so. Okay, checkpoint. Kind of interesting to think about how this setup actually resumes from checkpoint. But I guess the gate just drops off right away and you get to start with a new one, so We're going to find out in just a moment, unless we acquire the SMB2 mushroom very, very soon. And Nugukaza, I will post the code for this level after I clear it, because currently I don't have it written down. Double J, what time is it? For me, it is maker time. I certainly think so. Hard to tell sometimes. I didn't realize, actually, that I would get a helmet here, probably because, yes, it just drops off from checkpoint, so it would have dropped off completely the last time I spawned into this location. So very nice of this maker, Megatoro, to give people who respawn from checkpoint a bit of a safety net to keep them going. Not that we managed to make any use of it until I squandered it completely. Okay, let's remain afloat until we no longer can. Almost. And yeah, Double J, it's very late here, and I do tend to do streams that are technically kind of overnight my time. That's because it's literally the only time that I can actually go on broadcast, except, of course, for the Scrabble broadcast on Wednesdays, which is just partly determined by when other people are playing. Yeah, but that's one of the reasons why I haven't really been running these Scrabble streams in this time slot, is just from, of course, a lot of the player base just dwindling. Except for some of the Asian region tournaments that are run sometimes by people in, say, Singapore or Thailand. I don't really know that player base very well just yet. But don't know if there would be much interest or many opponents to work with at this hour. Double J, I don't know if you've been enjoying... Oh, actually, Double J, aren't you in the tournament that is going on this weekend? I was about to say, I hope you've been enjoying the broadcast of the school Scrabble tournament that has been broadcast, but then I realized that you're actually in one of the later divisions. And you're lucky to be awake to catch the stream? Yeah, might as well do that while you're... I don't know. Not drilling arrowloops or whatever you're doing. SDGML, welcome. I got crushed by a cannon going off screen. Yeah, auto-scroll and screen boundaries do follow their own logic in some ways. Nope. Let's be careful here. Nugukaza, you've been experimenting with something like this, but I bet that you've been doing so with the P-Balloon. And actually, having seen recently your little cannon precision maze level with the P-Balloon, I know that you've been playing with very similar elements. This would be kind of interesting with the P-Balloon, actually, this kind of concept. Although it wouldn't have the same kind of bounce to recover dynamic that you see here. Yeah, a little bit difficult to find the right gap for these, but we actually do have a safe location to recover if we just land on top of the red cannons. There we go, that's the flag. Let's jump on top. And did I actually manage to get to the top of the flag, or am I landing on something else? Oh, that's interesting. Secret pipe, we're taking it. Secret pipe with hard mode and checkpoint 2. Expert mode. And oops, that's a bad idea. Let's not do that again. Also, there's going to be a moon in this section, which I need to be extra careful with. And yeah, Double J, you have a good tournament tomorrow. We'll definitely be watching out for you. Okay. Whoops. And yeah, SD, as far as the queue being long right from the start, normally I would say, yeah, but there's just naturally going to be some attrition anyway, as people can't stay in their time zone, and drop off. But lately, the rate of people who have actually decided to stay very, very long to get their levels played has just gone up and up. Apparently, really, quite a lot of people actually do want to be shown on this stream. Oh, I was hoping to ride on top of that. And we'll just ride on top of here. Okay, that's a safe location. That's not a safe location. Can I actually stay up here? With difficulty. Hey, you know what? I'll just ride it out. That's okay. Yes, I will take the mushroom. And yes, I will take the damage boost and everything here. Oh, no, I need SMB 2. That's the SMB 2 check at the very end. I guess the mushroom it gave me earlier might have been something progressive then. Okay, if we cheese it, we have to cheese it with SMB 2 intact. Next GM, welcome. You can still cheese it in that location, but you have to do it with the SMB2 mushroom still intact, I think. Given the way that you get kind of this continuous boundary on the upper track, I think that's actually kind of difficult to do. Depending on whether that mushroom near the end is in fact progressive. Yeah, Nukaza, looking at the way that everything at the end drops from acquiring the star, I don't think you can get under the stump. I highly, highly doubt it. Let's not slide like that. Next GM, I see that you're sending me your second profile that's getting up into the 101 to 200 zone in your vast level selection. Intenium, welcome. And okay, here we go. And yeah, it looks like if we go over, we're once again going to lose the chance to actually get the SMB2 mushroom. I wonder if I could actually do it if I still had the standard mushroom at this point, though. But I think that's probably not going to be the case. It does kind of imply that you're supposed to go up to the upper level, though. I don't think you can really survive in the middle. Yeah, you get a mushroom over here. That's not going to help. Yeah, no chance to get him underneath. Intenium, you made a survival at Midnight Castle, I see. So yeah, I think most of you here today are regulars, but as you know, order is going to be between next and sub-next, as usual. If you're pretty far back, you're quite welcome to kind of hop around streams or grab some food or whatever, as long as you are back when you were called. But I completely expect that people can dip in and out as they need. We'll hopefully get this done soon. I mean, this level has a fairly high clear rate, but I did not account for the hard mode that we have voluntarily chosen here. I kind of like how the hard mode was tucked away behind the flag, in fact. As a bit of a bonus for people who aren't going to bother checking for it. Just by trying to go to the top of the flagpole, which was slightly out of view in the original ending. Let's actually follow the coin trails for once. And here we go. Kind of got bunched up there. If I made it up top, we still don't know if the power-up earlier actually was a progressive power-up that would give me SMB2. Or if it's just a mushroom cannon for some reason. But so if we make it after one hit, maybe that's worth checking. Okay, I still get bunched up in that location, and I still get hit here, so let's react quickly if I do get hit. once again. Whoops. Nope. Have to watch out for that little dip. It's gotten me several times. Momentarily saying you came in really close to the start. We have not really even gotten into the queue yet. This is just a warm-up level. Now let's just... over here. Whoops. Bad idea. Oddly enough, if you do hit the moon, I mean, obviously it clears everything underneath you at the time, but everything spawns so quickly that you have more spawns to work with afterwards. It's not a huge threat if you are standing in a location that allows you to get out of trouble. Let's duck here. That's much better. Nope, bad idea. I was trying to dodge that. But yeah, ducking in that location that was squeezing me in the left seems to be the best approach. Given that that was the spot I was having a lot of trouble with. Don't I need a moon for the ending? Yes, I do. Good reminder. That is absolutely true. And unfortunately, you only have so many moons to work with. At least on this planet. Okay. Duck here. Okay, that's fine. This is not going too badly. Yeah, it should have gone upstairs in that and gotten between the black cannons. And the Lara 100 TDM, I don't actually know if that's the preferred pronunciation, but regardless, thank you for submitting iZony Boy. Hope to get to you. It's a little far back in the queue, but we'll manage. Okay. Now let's hop into here. And down we go. Whoops. Wow, okay. That almost made it, but not quite. So yeah, we'll see what to do with that location. The coin indicators do give you a pretty good sense of what to aim for, but the timing is something that you need to figure out from watching the cannonball pattern. And the corners here are sometimes a little bit tight. Just gonna let the screen boundary push me a bit. Okay, let's move in. Nope. If I skipped over that star, it would have been okay. But I think I am supposed to get into that middle track there. Okay, forward we go. Whoops. I have to remember, as with the first segment, that part of this concept is, of course, just to watch where the track ahead of you is going to be going, so you can anticipate when the cannons themselves are going to be rising and falling. But usually I'm just so busy watching myself that it can be a little difficult to keep track of. Anyway, that's what expert mode does. Okay. I'm going to do some short hops here to not deal with the star. Duck over here. Let that swerve over. Nope. Not in a good position. And that's going to be it. Yeah, the stars coming in the middle are still going to be a bit of a problem. But if we kind of get over that little hump there and back down to where the red cannonballs are on the bottom layer, and do that fairly quickly, then I should be safe. Still mapping out what the route should be for that segment, because of course I haven't really passed it properly yet. And okay, down, nope. Tried to duck through that, and that would not go. What's my favorite pizza topping? Good question. Let's go with kebab meat. Like doner kebab meat on a pizza. Actually, well, not necessarily. That's just the first thing that came to mind. I mean, I've had some pretty interesting pizzas in my time. Like Venetian cuttlefish pizza that has cuttlefish ink on it. Like many other Venetian dishes. Very exotic. But also not quite exotic in the sense that, you know, pizza's originally from Italy anyway. Or from the Italian regions. Depending on how committed you are to the sort of historical independence of the Venetian Republic. Yeah, you can never go wrong with just loading up on pepperoni, of course. I don't know why it was that a few years ago people started getting so openly passionate all of a sudden about whether or not they wanted pineapple on pizza. It's really not a big deal. I mean, take it or leave it, right? It's nothing to start any sectarian inquisitions about. Yeah, bacon's always nice everywhere. A lot of meats go well on pizza generally, as long as you have the appropriate sauces or whatever else to go with them. I mean, there aren't really any meats, I think, that are just totally incompatible with pizza as a concept. Okay, I need to figure out that specific location there, because I'm trying to dodge the star, but I can't just drop down and get tugged by the red cannonballs, because they go too fast. Alright. Here we go. Nope, trying to duck in there, and that did not go. Yeah, King Brock, I mean, if you're kind of involved in underwater real estate development, that's certainly the opinion you would hold about the proper place of a pineapple. Oh, whoops. Who lives in a pineapple under the sea? King Brock 1996, apparently. Hey. Nope. Somewhat tight spacing here. I should be duck jumping a lot more, except I do want to retain my directional control as much as I can. Okay, here we are. Nope. And, yeah, we're not going to take forever on this one. I mean, I'd be happy to just go back and really properly grind it out if I am having tons of trouble, since this is technically just supposed to be the starter level before we get into the queue, so I may just return to it if I'm really kind of taking too much time ordering spaghetti instead of pizza. Oh no, that star really just chased me into that corner. I need to figure out how to go over it, but I don't want to get into the bottom track. I want to maintain speed, and to maintain speed, I do need to stay on top of the black cannonballs. Lure 100 TDM, lots of people call me that. You can go ahead and do so if you wish. Absolutely no problem. And we've heard every manner of nickname or pronunciation, and at this point, nothing surprises me. Nope, still trying to skip over that star, and that was a bit early. I can do it with a quick duck jump, I think, but not like that I can't. Mang, you know you're always welcome to. Mangy. Mang, I don't know if you've seen the comment art yet. Like the fake Mang comment art that Loop and Snoop left on Supernova's cylinder level. But you should definitely take a peek at that if you haven't already. Okay. The counterfeit Mang. Oh, no. Tried to duck across there, and that did not go. Yeah. SDGML, welcome back. As you can see, we're still here, if also on the hard mode segment. Alright, back over here. Let that cannonball pass. Oh, no. Got over to Star for once, but that's not quite good enough. Oddly enough, now we'll find out if that power-up... I guess we won't find out. Would picking up some of the cannonballs help? It might, actually. That's a good question. If I need to get myself out of trouble in an emergency, it's not a bad idea. I hadn't been thinking about it simply because if you're on the upper track, you can do it safely, but you need to be pretty careful with that, I think. Simply because there's enough of a lag time on doing the actual pickup that to react to that kind of thing quickly might be tricky. Exactly the wrong position for the moon. And Tempest Funk, thank you for submitting the code for, I guess, what is your very new clear check. Looking forward to They Lurk, which is an adequate description of some of my viewers from time to time. And, oh, there we go. Okay, over to Star, then over to Moon like a cow. Not quite. Yeah, at that location maybe I should be dropping in. It's just that if I'm on the bottom track, I do need to make sure I get into a dashing and runs right away, just to make sure I don't get dragged. But I think I can do it. I think that might actually have to be the case in certain spots, now that I look at it properly. Because otherwise I am going to be in big trouble here. Oh no! That's a difficult spot. Wow. Quite tricky. Okay. Like I said, not going to stay on this too long. I'll have to bring it forward to one of the catch-up streams if I can. Thank you so much for the description, NextGM. NextGM, just so you know, the sub doesn't kick in for your current submission. It will kick in for your next submission to the queue. Whoops. Let's try to get up here as... oh, I was about to say as Big Mario, and then that didn't go. So yeah, NextGM, really appreciate the support. And of course, you've got well over 100 levels for me to get through, so... I suppose you can use all the queuing privileges you can get. But yeah, if we don't manage to register to clear on this today, that's fine. We'll definitely come back to it. Because I do tend to run a backlog catch-up stream from time to time. In fact, it's something I kind of have in mind for... we haven't finalized plans yet for what we'll do for E3 this year in terms of Nintendo's announcement day on the 15th of June. But we might just do a stream where I just, grind out some levels that allow me to actually talk at the same time if some of you want to come in and just chat about Nintendo for an extra day. Yeah, SDGML, the next big Nintendo Direct is scheduled for about 10 days from now, I think, on Tuesday the 15th. And lots of things we'll probably want to chat about. If so, it's going to be the biggest Nintendo product announcement day in quite some time. Let's try to get over here with the mushroom and see if I actually can get an SMB2 mushroom after this. I somehow doubt it, but I do want to check this, because we hadn't actually found out. And yeah, I guess the stars here are meant to be a bit of a cheese check on their own. Nope, this is just a standard mushroom. That's fine. So yeah, at this point I would rather get into the queue and then come back to this and clear it another time. But I'll send you folks the code so you can try it for yourselves. I don't want to hold everybody up on a viewer level day, but we will definitely come back to this one because it is tons and tons of fun. SDGML, I believe it's the 15th this year. It's usually on the Tuesday for 3 week. Should Nintendo make NPCs like Toads? I mean, they already do, so I don't see why that would be controversial. Anyway, Glitch, didn't want to push you past your bedtime, so... Those of you who want to try this, please, you're quite welcome to. It's a fantastic level. And, of course, I like to sometimes catch up with Japanese or Korean makers at the beginning of the stream, simply because they don't really tend to come here and submit, so... Let's take a look. And we'll check your maker code for something. Lure 100 TDM on Maker 2. I'm not exactly sure what you're asking. Ah, yes, this is the one we played an early version of previously. Let me just scan around. Maker 1 Remake. Ah, yes, this is the one where at the end I had some trouble with the gates. Let's take a look at this one here, maybe, since it's something I have not seen before. Mario in the Middle. Ish2K contest entry. Some kind of event by Isherwood, I'm guessing. Let's see. Ish. Okay, it's going to be a glitch boss battle, which means that some degree of on-off pressing will be necessary. We are going to drop the blaster that is in the top left corner by pressing switches in sequence. We need to avoid the P-switches. And the balls... I'm watching the ball pattern to see if they ever hit the P-switches by themselves, so long as I am careful. I think they shouldn't. Yes, they do, actually. So I do need to pop the balls as much as possible using the spiny head. Which is a mechanic I don't see that often, actually. Okay. So yeah, punch this, and then we'll just do it like this. Yeah, always nice to see this mechanic come back. Whoops. Let's desynchronize them a bit, actually. Actually, that works pretty well in terms of not having to deal with both of these at once, as long as I don't pop the P-switch myself with the 2 activations left to go. And okay. This is the second day in a row, actually, that we've seen a Lemmy boss by glitch. And it's a pretty good concept. It's pretty unique relative to a lot of Lemmy fights I've seen before. Simply because a lot of them don't use the spiny hand interaction. Or for that matter, this kind of setup where you need to play a bit of defense in terms of keeping the balls away. Yeah, don't need to really run straight on to do the spiny hat pop, of course, but you need, whoops, to be a bit careful here if we get pushed by the ball. Oh, you're asking about Toad NPCs that you can place in Maker 2. You know, it's kind of funny that the Toad escort in the campaign mode never actually came back. I don't know, I mean, in terms of things that they could add to Mario Maker, there are a lot of places they could go with that, just even from more simple interaction that we have already. I kind of get the sense that despite the amount of text that people place in their levels by writing things out in coins, etc., that Nintendo is probably reluctant to put in things that are too language dependent in terms of things like NPC dialogue or other things. I think there's still so much they can do even from elements that already exist in the Mario series. Like the penguin suit. And okay, let's do that. Yeah, I mean, if you're fairly new to building with the Koopalings, this is definitely a good level to kind of study in a way in terms of how to make them work, constrain their positions. Obviously, it's just going to be Lemmy on the right who's going to be holding the key, since he's the one we'll be crushing. Okay, here we are. Nope, that was bad. Okay, let's try this again. So, this particular contest, were there any special conditions for it that you were working around, or any particular theme that you were going for with this, or? Because I don't think I knew about a Ish2K event, or had seen any other levels from it previously, so always useful to have some context for that while the makers are in the room. Oh, nope. Let's be careful to P-switch here. Hit shift, you're welcome. SMB3 castle and one screen had to enter the pipe or... Oh, I see. So the level itself had to be one screen. If I understand that correctly. Okay. Nope. Got bounced once again. The winners get rolled into a red coin level. I guess that would impose a certain limit on your entity budget, though, wouldn't it? And also your ability to be doing something like, say, an entity overload concept, for instance, wouldn't work if you're going to be patched into a collaboration with other makers, depending on whether or not they're using the same thing. So in order to kind of make it work in a multi-room mix or collaboration, there would kind of be a couple of other restrictions that are implicit. Yeah, like the number of Koopalings you can use, for instance, since you're kind of eating into 2 out of 7 in the main world here. That would have to be balanced against the other selections once everything's put together. Can't really just have everybody do a Koopaling fest. Fun concept, though. So is this something... like, does that combination level already exist, or is that something that's still in the works? Because that might be something interesting to look at some point. Yeah. Let's get in here. And yeah, Pitch Shifter, certainly hoping to get into that level today, given that we missed the Starship one last week. And okay. Let's wait for the next cycle here. The priority should be to play defensively, even if I do miss to switch from time to time. And okay, here we are. Get out of here as soon as possible. Just play cleanly, and everything should go okay. Okay, there we go. King Brock, you have a level with 89 Koopalings in it. I somehow get the sense that you're using an alternative numerical system. But that's okay, we're totally fine with meta mathematics around here, so. Thank you, Glitch, for Mario in the middle, and thank you for the GGs. Yeah, really great Lemmy concept, as I was saying. And it is kind of interesting, having primarily seen glitch levels in 3D World in the past, to see some of the Koopaling fights this weekend, and to see that continuity of style. Where did my cursor go? Let's type in sub next if I can. And just a minute here. Yeah. And Glitch, thank you for sending me that other code. I'll try to jot that down for another time. King Brock, you're going to be sub next, and we'll pull up whatever it is you sent me this time. And Head Heavener, yeah, great to see that you are still here. We just alternate between next and sub next for the queue. So you'll be fairly soon, I think. Here's Race to the Jelly-Filled Donut, which is something that King Brock has been craving repeatedly lately. You must race to claim the sacred jelly-filled donut, or it's too late. You were saying something about rice cakes as well, I think, except maybe that's a totally different level. This is apparently designed for multiplayer versus, but we'll just have to go it alone. Let's take a look. Yeah, Glitch, thanks for coming by. Go! And we'll have a bit of a multiplayer race gate here. I can see, of course, that you would have some characters perhaps bunch into the same pipe. If you're not careful. But I don't really play Versus much, so maybe there's something to the meta that I don't quite know about. Anyway, yeah, this is just going to be purely a multiplayer donut race. As long as people jump around, they shouldn't have too much trouble, but I would imagine they'd just bump into each other over and over. As a single-player experience, we're not going to have too much competition. This is kind of a neat little area here, in fact, in terms of having to compete for a very precise hotspot that's going to get people to collide into each other. 2 exit pipes. And then this is just a flat race of some... Oh, I see, because it's a race to a donut and... Yeah, people bump around. Yeah. I mean, obviously from a single-player perspective, I'm not showing off a great deal of what this is capable of, but I think there were certain locations that were definitely pretty well primed to create some chaos, so... No multiplayer versus matches played yet. Yeah, people will hopefully have to get on that. I don't know about that segment at the end where it's just open. I know it's supposed to be just sort of a racing area, but the issue with the racing area is that whoever kind of gets into it first is just totally unobstructed, right? And that there's no additional dynamic there to mix things up. Until, of course, they get to the donut, which is what it is. So, thank you for the GGs. Tempest Funk, yeah, that's, I think most people who are going to jump around on donut blocks, especially in Versus, know that they're just not going to drop them. I think it's a level that could have used more little hotspot locations where you have, say, 4 people going for 2 specific critical points. But yeah, you definitely want, with a donut concept like that, some reason for people to stop and drop platforms behind them. So. Record Tech, let's take a look at 9L2. HQK. L3G. Radumakov Shrine. In the name of the goddess Hylia, I offer this trial. Speaking of which, one thing I haven't quite put together yet, but which I'm hoping to do, is I've been kind of gradually amassing some codes lately to do a stream that's just going to be all Zelda dungeon levels. And I've got a couple piled in there already, like I've got a few ideas and things that I've collected, but if any of you have suggestions for like large-scale Zelda dungeons that particularly impressed you, do send them along either to me by a direct message or over to Discord. Because I am definitely trying to put together some kind of Zelda special. It won't be too soon, it will be sometime in the next few weeks, but we'll see if we can get a really good solid set of codes for that, especially with levels that are on the longer side and don't necessarily fit into fewer levels. So here, though, we're going to have something that's more like a Breath of the Wild shrine. I can never tell a lot of the names of the shrines apart, so I don't even know if this was something named after an existing one from Breath of the Wild, but maybe we'll recognize the concept. You made up the shrine name, okay. That seems plausible enough. Like I said, I can't tell any of the names apart. Anyway, let's tap everything here. This, there is probably nothing, but I've seen enough in a way of relevant wall decorations that you just never know. Okay. Hop over here. I mean, here you just kind of bust through everything. And yeah, I guess at some point, if you lose the spiny hat, that's actually fine. You don't have an issue with getting through this stuff, but I'm just kind of mentally inspecting this for any issues with being locked up by power-ups, but given that you have the sword in that pipe that's immediately before this, should be fine. Now, obviously, Spiny Hat gets you quite a long ways here with Swamp, and you just need to open up some locations as you go upstairs. Hey, there's our friend Diagonal Shot. You can go back to get the Spiny Hat if you need to. Yes, I see. Here, we just take flight. Oh, kind of like this segment here with the Wigglers. Of course, you get out of there soon enough that they're not really going to pose too much of a threat. That's just going to be ground pound. Down we go. And yeah, lots of gentle refresh locations. Some interesting enemy designs, in fact. I mean, this is a little bit of a variety show in terms of what you're doing with Link, but this is an interesting enemy stack here. Particularly because the Chomps are going to try to get in your way, and you do need to kill something, probably one of the moles, I'm guessing. Not that one. Now, this is going to be interesting in that... Let's try to get rid of some of the Chomps if I can. Nope, not like that. That's okay, we'll just try to get back over and pick one of these. Nope, not like that. Unless there's a location I'm supposed to go to, but I feel like it is going to be one of these guys. Or maybe not. Let's get back. And yeah, Blur 100. Very important to keep all your bodily functions intact if you're going to be waiting in the queue all day. Whoops. Alright, let's see this one more time. Okay, no key yet, so I'm missing something. Some kind of location I haven't checked yet. Possibly I need to go back for that. No, the cloud is pretty far back. I don't think it's going to be anything to do with that. Let's see what we haven't killed, perhaps. Oh, you know what? We can release some of this stuff. There we go. You need to poke around a bit before that becomes revealed, but it's a pretty interesting enemy design at the end, so don't mind that too much. And there's the GG. Thank you for that, Breaker Tag. If the bot's actually going to respond to me. Don't know if that actually cleared your level properly. Let's... Yeah, there we go. I hope everything was ordered properly. Let me just check to make sure things are all fine. And okay, 3FF1L5 EXG. Kamek Bomb Run. Team P balloons instructing you to go fast. Daft Husky did so in under 40. I think everybody has to do so in under 40, so just set some expectations. I do love the cover design for this one in the thumbnail. Reached a goal after defeating all 14 Magic Koopas. Looks like we're going to have a fairly precise track to follow here, where we bumped the bombs along the way. Yeah, I do kind of remember that bomb bumping mechanic from another New Kaza level. I feel like I've burned a little too much time turning the corners there, but we got through here in 25 seconds. And oh yeah, that's going to be too much of a stall. But we'll see how much. I mean, obviously we're missing the Magic Koopas at this point, but we do need to hit everything in order to activate the on-off switch, so need to do this a little bit cleaner as we turn some of the corners. And, oh, no, wrong way. And yeah, there's going to be an on-off switch tucked behind... not every single one, but enough of them count. And regardless, I do not have the ability to just miss anything. Don't have that flexibility today. Okay, let's come back to this. Not quite. Yeah, just going to be working on our flight accuracy as usual. And here we go. Like I said about flight accuracy. Once a bomb is on screen, of course, you only have a limited amount of time to tap in, so any kind of stalling is pretty much going to be death. Or a miss. Nope. Need to hang left there. Sometimes I do have some trouble estimating my turning radius on the P-balloon. Okay. Slowing down a bit here is fine, as long as we can hear it accurately. Stalled a bit on that corner, but we're going to get past here with 25 seconds as before, so definitely room for improvement over there. Since world record is only second and a half down or so, but on very few clears, so I don't know how much room we actually have, but I can tell that I'm losing quite a lot of time on the final corner in the first segment, so we'll need to improve that. Nope, wrong way. As you can see, that would still kind of get you over at about 25. Whoops. And back we go. And up we go. "26 seconds at the pipe now, so we actually did manage to save a little bit of time. And, oh, nope, miss. Notice how the bomb, when it floats into its natural location and remains untapped, it does kill the Magikoopa, but it's just a little too far off to hit the switch. So that's how the on-off switches kind of control the condition in some ways and prevent you from having situations where you just let the bomb do its own thing. To kill the Magikoopa, you do need to tap them anyway, with the on-off switches acting as a bit of extra quality control. Okay, now here we go. Which is a nice way to work around that because you only have so much space to work with here. Once again, 26 seconds. Alright, let's fly a bit more accurately with this one. And okay, have to do that. 3 more to go with 9 seconds on the clock. We'll see how successful we are here. Nope. Without that bump, I don't know if I could have made it still, but at least we made it that far to demonstrate that it can be done with my rather sloppy methods. I was on pace, good, so 9 seconds into the final pipe is fine, by the looks of it. Okay, down we go. "26 seconds here, that's okay. Now let's be careful with this one. That tends to give me a bit of grief. Nope, miss. Okay, bump this guy again. That was maybe not the most graceful way to turn that corner. And, okay, let's do that. You had diarrhea. I hope that's starting to clear up a bit. Sometimes it's just quite a relief to get that out of your system. Yeah, hopefully it's just a temporary thing, just something you ate perhaps, and not a longer-term affliction. And up here. And I didn't quite like how I was turning that corner this time, but it's okay, we made it. And whoops, there we go. 8 seconds. I am a little bit down on time relative to my previous best run. So absolutely no room for mistakes here. We just need to crank full speed ahead and die. So yeah, I was off by a second going into the last room. I knew that. And that's something we'll need to account for. It's turning too many wide corners in certain places where I feel like I was going to miss. Nope. Getting closer, though. Just need to refine a few locations and fix up my accuracy. And there we are. Yeah, in general, I'm kind of impressed with what Nintendo did with the implementation of the P-Balloon. Kind of preaching to the choir here on that score, telling Nugu Kaza about the P-Balloon. But as you can see, I don't imagine that it was ever a very widely requested item going to Maker 2, simply because in its original form in Super Mario World it was so fragile and limited. But it has actually led to a lot of interesting stuff here ever since it was patched in a little over a year ago. Whoops. Okay, that corner bump there is going to be enough to sink me here. I think it's going to be too much of a problem. Yeah, 7 seconds here, that's going to be death. There's no way. So. But yeah, the items that they have changed in terms of behavior. Oh, 27 seconds, excellent. One of my best runs there yet. It's always been kind of interesting to see how they make those decisions in a way that, say, the logic of the Goomba shoe is actually quite a bit different than it was in SMP3. But it would just be way too finicky to have it work the way it did in SMP3, where you had to hit from below to hijack it at all, which was always an extremely unique interaction, but one where you could see it would just lead to a lot of confusion from a maker perspective and make the item a whole lot less flexible. But is this kind of thing that gives Mario Maker, I think, a very unique platforming identity, even relative to the mainline series. Is that we have so many power-ups to work with that do not exist in this form otherwise. Be it the reworked ones like the P-Balloon, or the original ones like the Bone Shell. Okay. And at this point, I'm arguably much more familiar with Maker 2 than I am with the original games, so... I think that's probably true of a lot of people who spent a great deal of time playing around with this. Okay, actually, kind of a nice hit on that corner this time, which... nope. We squandered immediately. Yeah, the fact that I can get out of here with 27 on the clock does tell me that there's plenty of room for improvement in terms of clock, and once again, 27. No, too low, too low. Okay, here we are. And up we go. I gotta say, I'm really interested to see what they'll do with 2D Mario next, because I think it is primed for a pretty significant general change of direction. Given the long hiatus we've had since NSMB U, or I guess New Super Luigi U would have been the last significant content. That's a bit of a miniature sequel. Oops. But yeah, just with the number of series that have been ported from the Wii U to the Switch, it feels like a lot of Nintendo franchises have kind of been on hiatus for some time, if you think about it in terms of the number of years since the last entry. You don't necessarily feel that if you were playing a lot of them for the first time on Switch, but you definitely do if you've been kind of a long-time follower. Whoops, too many difficult corners there. That was going to be dead. But yeah, definitely the massive drought in 2D design back in the late 90s and early 2000s would have been a whole lot more tolerable if we did have something like Mario Maker to fill in all the time in between. Not sure how they're going to do a 2D Mario after Mario Maker. Oh, I think there's plenty of room to go with it. But I think it's way overdue for a major generational shakeup. Okay, here we are. I think even currently people underestimate like the number of concepts in the NSMB series, for instance, that you can't actually replicate in Mario Maker and are very far from replicating because there's quite a lot of finesse to some of the concepts that only ever show up in one level that you can only do with a tool set that gives you that flexibility to be building a unique mechanic into every stage. Like, I think what Mario Maker offers in terms of having a common engine and common tile set to work with is still quite a bit different in terms of a direction from what Nintendo can do. I do think it's true that, you know, the thing about something like a Maker game is that the valleys are much deeper, but the peaks can be higher, and that there's definitely stuff in Mario Maker that I think, just because it's stuff that Nintendo will never do, is an experience all to its own that will probably stick with me far more than any official Nintendo game would. Like, I do think that, you know, kind of peak Mario Maker is probably more enjoyable to me than mainline Mario, much as I love mainline Mario. Of course, peak Mario Maker does not come along all that often, even if we get tons of great levels here. Mag, you're saying Nintendo should make a Sonic game. I actually think that a lot of longtime Sonic fans would agree with you. Given how bitter that fan base can be about the state of how Sega manages it. Okay. And that's clear. Oh, thank you for the GGs. Yeah, really nice elaboration on the kind of P-balloon flight collision concept that we had seen before. I mean, Kamek was kind of mostly there just to be hit, like the interaction with him specifically was pretty not something unique to what Magic Koopas can do, but that's perfectly fine given how much bombardment we were focusing on in the meantime. Let's acknowledge the raid from Zero Planes, who I think has been working on some uncleared magic lately. Yeah, Zero Planes certainly hope that some of the uncleared levels were magically cleared. We're doing well. I've been getting through a pretty decent number of clears, and of course the quality of submissions I get from this crew is quite good as usual. Queue is still open, but it is a bit lengthy, just so people know. And we're just about to get on to next. Thank you for all the follows. So for those of you new here, Mario Maker is the main thing I run on this stream. It's not the only thing, but it is what I do with usually 2 viewer level streams every weekend, plus some other content like puzzle days or Super World days on the side. Head Heavener, I am just going to ask you to check in. I believe you were here not long ago, but we'll just do a quick check. Make sure you're present for your level. And Jala009, thank you for submission. But let me just see if we missed anything critical in chat. Head Heavener, you are here. Great, excellent. Thank you for checking in. Looking forward to whatever it is you sent me. So yeah, I hope you folks enjoyed the uncleared show, if that was indeed what was going on over at Zero Planes' side of things. Let's take a look at some spiky platforming. Okay, I'm looking at that spike column over the flag, and I'll just let you know, this is not necessarily the kind of level that I'm too proficient at doing, but of course the 2 clears on it with the 4% rate maybe make this a little less intimidating, but we'll see. Maybe you just sent it to somebody who knows how to play this stuff. Okay, not too bad here, actually. This we can do, sort of. Not super precise, it's still just a lot of dynamic platforming with a little bit of claustrophobia, but not so much as to require extreme pixel precision. Not yet, anyway. It is not long yet. We'll see. By the way, the maker name that you have, I just want to say that that serves special credit. It's like it's kind of taking the Star-Spangled Banner of the United States and kind of placing it, straightening it out. Okay. Let's clean up that jump over there. Zazzy, thank you for the submission of spicy brown mustard. I don't know if that sounds appetizing necessarily, but I guess we'll find out. Nope. Let's not do it that way. And okay. Up here we go. And yeah, the flight pattern on that floating platform does matter a little bit in terms of spacing. We just need to be very quick on our feet about it. Okay, here we go. Take advantage of that flight pattern, go down, and then forward from there. Considering how ugly one-tile spike mazes tend to be, this is actually a pretty reachable level. Even though the whole thing's kind of glowing at you. But the spacing is actually much gentler than this looks. Like, I say that, of course, until I get into this one column drop here. That is maybe going to be a bit of a threat. Because those drops can't necessarily do very well. Don't really know how people manage them, in fact. So we'll see. That might be a major sticking point in terms of being able to clear this. Because it's noticeably harder to straighten out for little corridors like that than to do the actual platforming itself. But let's get over there. We'll see what we can do with it. I need to build up a little bit more of a dash in certain locations like that, just to make sure we get the required jump height. Do I have a type of level I normally go for? I play a little bit of everything. I do like levels that kind of give people a lot to look at as makers in terms of having interesting gimmicks or contraptions or mechanics. You're not limited to that, of course. But that tends to be the core focus of this stream. Like, I'm not necessarily going to clear a lot of the hardest stuff, but we do tend to see a nice variety of interesting designs. I also do play a lot of puzzles. But lately, I've also been kind of doing them on focused puzzle days, so we can take a little longer with them than I would in a viewer queue. Yeah, but big difficulty spike here, I think. Except I think there is a one-way panel that's buried on the right side that we can hug against. I think that's what's going on there. Unless I'm misreading the artwork. I am misreading the artwork. That's actually just something in the background I was looking at. I was trying to see if there was maybe some way to negotiate that safely. And no, there isn't. Okay. One gap drop, align yourself with a wall. Maybe there is something buried there. But didn't quite see it. That drop was fine, but could do with some indicators. Okay, interesting. We'll see here, because maybe there's something I'm... Oh, I see what's going on. Yeah. No, I know what you mean now. Same thing that we do with the P-Balloon, actually, is that we just need to push against a safe location on the wall first. Yeah, I see what's going on. Yeah, that was high up enough that I wasn't quite reading that. In that I didn't really even pay attention to the top corner when I was there previously. Yeah, I think people who are experienced with precision levels would probably read that and just immediately look for some kind of wall to bump against, but it's not really something I play that often, despite what their yogurt hose would like you to believe. But, okay, here we go. But yeah, that wall push, of course, makes things much more manageable. That's a little too low. I want the platform here to go up a bit first. My timing was slightly off that time in terms of finding a good position for that to activate. Those type of one-tile jumps are impossible without a lineup. Yeah, I treat them as effectively impossible without a thing to bump against. There are people who do them. I'm not one of them. Nor do I find that kind of thing particularly enjoyable, you know, in terms of pixel precision stuff that you can't actually have much control over. Here, though, because there actually is something you can do, I think it's fine. I think that float position of the lower platform you're landing on is going to matter a little bit, but we'll see what to do with it when I get there. The fact that you also have something to line up against also, I think, gives me a bit of faith about how the flag is going to be managed when we get there eventually. That's good. It's always good to have a bit of a positive note here about, whoops, pressed right a little too long, but have a bit of a positive note about how the level will treat you by the time you get to the end. Yeah, we'll just map our way around this. Okay, here we are. It is kind of unfortunate that aesthetically, or this kind of concept, we're just limited to the one-tile spikes to create walls and columns that signify death. I mean, it's a very functional element. Whoops, let's actually drop all the way first. But almost excessively just kind of functional without... You know, it's exactly the kind of thing where if you were not in a Maker game and you were having access to a full artistic palette as a Nintendo game, like these kind of depth zones would be much better disguised with something that gives you a bit more visual context to work with. I'm pressing right too soon as I'm landing. Should not be doing that. I was a little worried about the dip in the platform at the bottom, and I was anticipating that a bit too early. Definitely my error on that drop there. Even Gorilla deciding to make a bit of a call here as a referee as far as passing judgment on some of these lineups. Whoops. I'm going to stall a bit there to get a lineup at a favorable time. Yeah, as far as the jump down that gap goes, it seems like the positioning of the flimsy lift as it's going up and down the wings does matter slightly. And that right now it's looking like it's going to be a bit of a low dip with the timing that I'm using to approach it. But we'll see how to get around it. There we go. I lost a bit too much momentum there, though. That's just about it to the flag. Just need to keep momentum in the final segment just so you don't lose too much height. Yeah, once again, I'm just sort of anticipating that too early. That last time when I landed on that platform safely, it actually felt safer than it looks, in that I had a bit more time to work with than I thought I would. But once again, it sort of depends on the wing pattern in terms of where it is in its little up and down oscillation. Worked out last time though, so I'm not as worried about it, but from a visibility standpoint, it can be something that throws you off. Yeah, if you're worried about the platforms dipping or not, and it looks like there's going to be an element of randomness there, it's okay to make things easier, right? It's in fact a much better decision to make things easier by a block or so, just so it's never a problem. Like, so for example, with all these segments up here, you do need a particular height on the wings to get enough height consistently, but you have enough room from the previous jump to actually stall and do that. As you can see here, yeah, this is going to be okay. I need to hug the left side. No. Unless I'm thinking about ceiling tile as being off camera as the ceiling collision that the engine normally does. Maybe I should be going to the right. Game audio. Okay, 1 second. We had avoided that bug so far, but I will fix that quickly. Thank you for letting me know as soon as that came up, because that is an issue. And we'll get right back into this in just 1 moment. Game audio should be back. And Zazie, thank you for the code replacement. Let's not accidentally boo this. Yeah, it's one of those things where, you know, if you've played enough Mario Maker, you're kind of accustomed to some of the rules for certain tiles giving you the off-screen wall. It's not the most intuitive thing when the wall consists of spikes, but it is a bit of an ending trick, I guess. Like, you do need to understand that element of the course maker to do that. Anyway, as a platforming experience, it's much better than it looks. Like, it's a level that honestly looks ugly as sin because of the nature of one-tile spikes. Like, it looks like the kind of level that you associate with... like, there are a lot of really bad levels that look like this, is what I'm saying. But the platforming itself, when you play it, is pretty decent. I don't know if there are ways to kind of clean it up to not make it too busy, but at the same time give it a bit of visual context that's a bit more appealing. But I know that, you know, part of this is supposed to conceptually just kind of constrain you from wall to wall. Anyway, much better than I would have expected at first glance, so, you know, don't judge the spiky platforming by the cover, I guess. Audio's gone already? Okay, let me fix that again. Wow, that was quick. I'll punch in the next code first, and then we'll do that. So yeah, just give me 1 moment here, and I'll fix that up before we get to Tempest Funk. That is you. Okay, so hopefully this will actually hold up. Hyperion Smokestack, welcome. Welcome back, I should say. Okay, Tempest Funk, let's see. This is going to be a new upload, as you were saying earlier. Short 60-second level. They lurk. I like the cover art already. Hyperion, thank you so much for the resub. Yep, it's another month. Well, of course, the fact that it's a short 60-second level means that I do not need to get my escape room notepad out. I was thinking from the cover art that it would be something like this. I sort of suspected. So yeah, it's just going to use the custom scroll to pull the camera up and to maintain this position. And you just need to be very careful about placement here. I was trying to avoid that, but I of course don't know what's going on the floor either, if there's anything else pushing me around. You know, anything that changes with, say, conveyors or other floor elements, but so far I just need to play with the camera scrolling speed, I think is the main thing. No, there is a conveyor, I think. Unless it's an auto scroll pushing me forward, but something is pushing me. And I should be getting on top of the Buzzy in that location. Hyperion's been jackboxing. Well, do have fun with that in the meantime if you're being all quizzical about it. Whoops. Lure 100 TDM. If you want to see your current position in queue, you can use either the list command or the position command. If that's the information you're looking for. Okay, much better to do it this way. And we're gonna have some collisions here. Idea. I think, well, I mean, they're spike tops. I'm not really going to be able to have any kind of safety location there. Okay. Yeah, pretty interesting to have this level take place against this totally blank background, because in a way it kind of takes out the context for, you know, anything that you can track in terms of background elements that would allow you to understand what the camera positioning is doing, or tell the difference between what the custom scroll is doing to the speed of everything, or whether there is something like a conveyor, which I don't believe is the case, but everything just has this very free-floating look to it. Just from... I think I am supposed to just jump over that spike top 3 stack. Didn't think I could make it, though. Seems a little too high. Maybe the 2-tile spike tops do give me a bit of a safety zone, but I didn't think they did. There we go. No, we can go over. Yeah. I pulled back a little bit on that jump, but... Anyway, we'll just do this one at a time. But yeah, in some ways, this concept works a lot better on a totally blank background than it would otherwise. And there are very few levels I've ever been able to say that about. But that's just very much a part of the level here. I do need to make that jump completely. I didn't quite see my positioning or where I could land safely in that spot there, but just go back to it and see. Because it seemed like my target there was a little bit off camera. You're not supposed to be able to go over a 3-stack. Oh, okay, interesting. Ah, okay, because then that affects the camera spawning for... I don't know if things would affect the camera spawning. I guess it would affect the collisions if that's what's at issue here. Or in terms of, you know, the concept actually coming together. You're not supposed to be able to go through the 3 stack, okay. It's just that I was looking at that and I just could not think of what else to do, just given how everything is going here. Whoops. Apart from just trying to survive on the left, I guess. Well, that's what testing is for. I'm glad we managed to find that out accurately instead of just repeatedly demonstrating that it couldn't be done or something like that. Okay, a bit of a survival challenge here then as we bump things around. And yeah, it's going to be a bit of a survival challenge here, I guess, until it just moves out of the way somehow. Anyway, let's go back to this. Nope, let's not do that. I know there's a perfectly safe pattern to just go over to Buzzies. No need to be too experimental when it comes to that sort of location. Okay. Let's pop up over here. And just kind of jump around to 2 stack, I guess, is created more or less safe positions that we actually have enough time to read when they all collide with each other. Now, what am I to do over here? Let's get into that slot a little bit earlier, I think. Alright, we'll go back and do something about that. Whoops. Yeah, welcome back, Hyperion Smokestack. From your smokestack box party. And here we are. So one thing that I actually have never played is a Jackbox game. It took me a long time to realize that Jackbox was actually the kind of continuation of the You Don't Know Jack series back in, well, whenever that was active. Seems like that brand has been around a long time. But it seems to be a kind of major social element of the video game landscape that I just know nothing about. Interesting escalation over here. That you can still read all of the signals here, but you do need to understand your own positioning relative to the scroll. And a way to do that is to just continue jumping, I think. So, a neat little idea there in terms of how to increase the difficulty as you get near the end. Because you need to understand where you are, but you need to understand where you are in terms of like a relative position. Given that auto-scroll is happening the whole time. This is one of the few concepts I've seen, actually, that actually uses a custom scroll as a custom scroll, you know, if you get what I mean, in terms of taking advantage of the height and speed changes in a way that fits the level concept and makes it work. Considering how powerful custom scroll can be in terms of what it can do for camera management, the use of custom scroll for its original intended purpose is not something I've seen very much of in terms of seeing it done effectively in Maker 2. So this is definitely one of the more unique usages of it that I've encountered. In a non-puzzle context, you know, in something like a platformer level where you just do have to track the camera. Whoops. Okay, there we go. Now here things get a little bit wilder. Everything's gonna sink. Yeah, I should continue jumping. Jump as much as possible. So I can see where I am over the blinking lights. And there's a door at the very end, but I just rammed right into Spiny there. Hyperion Smokestack, you love trivia, so you had to flex on a few streams, yeah. I'm not so much of a trivia person myself, but I'm acquainted with a lot of people who are. You know, people who have done things like Quiz Bowl championships and University Challenge and like the big trivia competitions where they're constantly studying for it by flashcard or whatever. So, I have very little trivia experience, but I seem to be surrounded by people who are exceptional at it. And they kind of tell me, too, that things like the Quiz Bowl circuit has its own metagame that has evolved with the change in how people actually do preparation. And that they sort of have their own meta for how clues are constructed and the amount of logical inference that you do to get around gaps of knowledge. Anyway, really cool concept. Obviously, there is that one spike top location you wanted to fix, but I do like the way it escalates at the end in a way that you have to just watch the dots at the bottom. Hopefully that was in fact visible to people on stream. Yeah. Just want to take a look here. We were a little bit over 60 seconds, but it's not particularly strict about that. And yet you can just see the overall placement here. Purely custom scroll, nothing else apart from camera manipulation, although I'm looking at those upper elements there as well to see what's going on with that. Anyway. Let's get back out. It's to the point where you are studying subjects you have no reason to learn otherwise. Yeah, that's how trivia people do it. Positionally, Lure 100 TTM, yeah, you're a couple spots back, but we don't have any subs right now, I believe, so we're just going straight down the list. Things at the top are so you can get the Spinies moving to the right. I see, I see. Okay, it's going to be Meng. Let's see what Meng has for me this time. Oops. So, $K, Wura L. It looks like it's some kind of variable assignment. So there are 12 different combinations here out of a possible... How many permutations actually do? I feel like I know the answer to that. Would be something like 4 factorial? Let me think. No, not quite. Yeah, I don't remember my combinatorics well enough to work this out in terms of pattern recognition. Regardless, I can tell you there are no valid 4-letter words in there that are playable, but We'll just make some kind of sense of that eventually. Yeah, I thought it was 4 factorial, but so we'd have seen about half the possible solutions. Okay, let's hop in here. Thwomp. Yeah, okay, I do need to maintain a run after that. And then it looks like it drops a bomb that I will likely have to kick. Let's actually jump over that as well. Snake block adds a little bit of time pressure in terms of killing off the blasters, I believe, if I understand this correctly. So that's going to be the time limit here. The bomb will ignite immediately if I kick it. I need to kick it before I get up into the claw. Or throw it, rather, before I get up into the claw. Whoops. Build up a bit more momentum there. And here we are. No, let's not throw at that location because the claw will catch. I may actually want to get into the claw first, as long as I do the throw before the bomb ignites in midair. I can see that the one-way panels are there partly to encourage you to actually jump. Given that jumping into these locations is how you develop enough momentum to get the dash going right away, as long as you don't hit the wall. The way I'm demonstrating there. So, let's get back into this. Clean up some of the jumps in the meantime. Yeah, once again, it's throwing too early. I would imagine I don't have too much time to swing back and forth with a claw, though. I do need to just get up there and release pretty much right away. There's a particular input that I'd want. I'd want to release and then jump after the bomb hits, but I think I kind of need to be midair by the time... no, I do have time to swing, actually. Because the only time constraint here is from the snake block coming in to the left. I should take my time on that and throw properly before I do a backswing on the claw, instead of trying to jump right away. What did I say? The claw does throw me off quite a lot, considering that it's a fairly simple element to play around. And yeah, even Gorilla, I don't know how familiar you are with Mang levels, but they're all really conceptually interesting, usually with some very interesting uses of swamps and springs and other things that play with your momentum control. And a lot of these wiggler bounces too. I feel like we've seen many one-tile wigglers used as bounce pads all over the place in Mang's levels, much more so than in anything I've seen from other makers. Let's not jump right away. I don't know why I instinctively do that. Just need to let go at that point. Yeah, something is kind of leading me to control confusion here. You see, very relaxed as long as we just do it this way. I need to wait for an activation there on the left to give me access to the... Yeah, I need to sort of get into that location prior to the on-off switch activating from probably the bomb. No, the bomb is going to get bumped. Oh no, I need to go left and then grab that and then throw the bomb towards the piranha. Yes, I need to run left, grab the bomb, hit the bumper, that'll project me back towards the piranha at dashing speed. And then that gives me access to the on-off switches, which I'm going to hit manually when I run over there, so... Just took me a moment to read that. Whoops. Okay, forward we go. Almost. Just so you folks are aware, I will likely be closing the queue by the time I'm done with this level. So sometime over the course of playing this level, it's going to be last call. Because we do have a particularly lengthy queue today, and that's usually around the time I close up. I did start a little bit late today, though, so I don't want to be too strict about that. I do need to toss that bomb well out of the way so I can not deal with it as I hit the on-off switches myself. Otherwise it remains alive for a little too long after hitting that piranha plant. Okay. I need to make that jump, of course. Dang, I always close up after your level. Well, I sometimes take a long time with yours. That's part of why. That is, I think it's just your position into queue usually just falls into precisely the right place for that. Whoops. And of course, sometimes we do the reopening as well, but yesterday I didn't because I was literally falling asleep by the end of the stream. You can always kind of tell, by the way, that even though you can't see me on camera, there does occasionally come a certain point where if my commentary not only slows down significantly, but also starts becoming a little bit incoherent in terms of, you know, word associations that just come out of nowhere. That's how you know I'm getting tired. Very useful information to know if I ever manage to find the opportunity to do something like a giant marathon stream, like a 12-hour session. And, yeah, Mang, I know you can see me through your secret surveillance system, but that's just the kind of stalker you are. And yeah, Hyperion, I guess you do need to plug your Switch back in. If you do use it in portable mode a lot, though, it is good for the battery health of portable systems to run the battery all the way down and back up every now and then. I'm sure Hyperion Smokestack, that all the people who are desperately hunting for a PS5 will be very happy to hear that from you, that you've been sitting on one as an early adopter that you have not been using. But, you know, it is a launch year for a system, and a particularly difficult launch year. I occasionally forget that the PS5 even came out, to be honest. Because it's just totally invisible to me, especially as somebody who's mostly playing to a Nintendo crowd here. That, you know, nobody in my circles is particularly looking for one or coveting one or even talking about it. Apart from just commenting on supply shortages, which they do equally for other electronics, especially graphics cards and the like. But there we go. Nothing out for it that you want yet. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything in the longer term that you're particularly looking for. I mean, sometimes if the software picks up, it does pay off to have that early. I was a day one adopter for the Wii, for instance. I did queue outdoors in the snow for one, in sub-zero temperatures. And at launch, you know, you're only dealing with Wii Sports and Twilight Princess, and that had to keep me going for literally months, and that was okay. I think it eventually paid off considering how much difficulty people had getting the Wii about another year or two into its life. Whoops. And maybe something similar will happen that's, you know, to people who are early adopters for the PS5. Maybe they'll just feel rewarded for that if supply shortages continue. But yeah, it seems like we're kind of in that zone where a lot of the games for PlayStation and Xbox will be cross-generation anyway, so. Ratchet & Clank out this month already? Okay, I didn't know that. I knew that was coming at some point, but I'm not really up on a lot of PlayStation news. I mean, I did watch that little Horizon featurette. Just out of curiosity, because I find that even as somebody who doesn't play those games, that the artwork is kind of fun to stare at. Let's build up a little more momentum in terms of swinging back to the left towards that bomb. I'm losing too much speed as I cut off around that corner. And here we go. Wii Sports never did get old, that's very true. Spent a lot of time mastering actually everything in Wii Sports and getting up to pro rank and everything. But especially to boxing. I didn't spend nearly as much time as I did on the first Wii Sports when Wii Sports Resort came out. I mean, I liked Wii Sports Resort a lot, but it just didn't really come out at a good time for me in terms of catching up on games, so. I really feel like stuff like Wii Sports is still kind of missing on this system. Considering how powerful the Joy-Cons are for a lot of those concepts. I mean, I guess a lot of them have been fleshed out into individual games in a way that, you know, we finally have a Mario Golf coming that's going to have decent motion control support by the looks of it. I played the free weekend, or the free week for Mario Tennis Aces, and I was kind of disappointed at how poor the motion support was for that. That they did have a clear opportunity to make something that felt like a full-sized Wii Sports Tennis, and did not take that. I actually really enjoy ARMS. If anybody ever spent much time on Wii Sports Boxing, ARMS is fantastic. I've honestly played far more of ARMS than I ever played of Smash. Smash Ultimate, that is. I haven't touched in a long time, but there was a while when I was actually climbing ranks seriously in ARMS and learning the ins and outs of how to play 1v1 with motion controls. Good exercise. Now I'm back to having noodly arms, apparently. Since I have not been working on it. Okay, we need to clean up this spot here. This, I need to get a little bit of a jump just to build up momentum. Or just have a better swinging arc. Coming down there from left to right. Yeah, you can't just build up a run on one tile like that. I do need a bit of a jump to build up speed. Okay. Let's get up here. And forward we go. No, not like that, obviously. Maybe I should swing a little bit further so I have a bit more room to jump right to left. But the bomb is going to be a little bit time sensitive. To Mario, welcome. Yeah, slightly lengthy queue today, but we'll have a last call pretty soon, I think. Okay, too late on a bomb. Too late. I need to just fall towards it much better. And thank you for the definitive adventure of Link to Mario. We'll hopefully get to that before too long. So for anybody new or newish here, as you can tell, I don't really run a strict time limit on each level because we tend to have a mix of short and long levels, and it all balances out in the end. I advise you of that because Mang's levels, as you can see here, do tend to be on the longer side. Especially when they have these sub 1% clear rates. There we go. No, there we don't. I can just hold the bomb. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. I'm always a little bit uncertain about that timing. SDGML, I've actually not gotten my hands on Ring Fit. But my current setup in terms of where my switch is located is maybe not the best. Oh, it's way better to hold the bomb. Yeah, I don't really have the best floor space here where I play to get into Ring Fit, but I've only heard good things about Ring Fit. I know some people who absolutely swear by it. And Michael Virus 2000, by the way, hello as well. Didn't manage to greet you when you came in. You don't need too much space. Okay, interesting. It sort of seemed like you needed to, but I guess maybe that wasn't an accurate impression. Yeah, much better to just hold that, except we need to get back over and round that corner. Is this really the furthest I've gotten? I guess I haven't really gotten past the red state blocks there yet. Despite the amount of time I spent on this. Not great timing there on my part. If you're 6 feet tall, you need a 6 foot by 6 foot space. Okay. Why not hit the on-off switch on my way back? Yeah, that might be advisable, just so we saved a number of jumps I'm doing. I don't know how much time pressure I'll be under for that segment, though. Well, it's more that I'm running there anyway, right? So, whoops. As you can see, I do have a little bit of room there before the snake block crushes all of those blasters underneath. It's just a matter of how much time I have going back to the right before I run into trouble. Kind of impressed that you have the entity budget to fill space with this many blasters. But I guess there aren't actually that many other elements we're interacting with in terms of how everything is paced. Just the occasional bomb and muncher. So. Obviously all of the blasters are blocked as well from spawning any projectiles. Yeah, cut off a little too much momentum there. That's why you had to have gaps in between? Yeah, I feel like it's kind of fundamental to this concept. Anyway, in terms of challenging the player to build up a bit of a dash. Because definitely getting over to one-tile gaps, let's remember to hold the thing. Getting over to one-tile gaps as I try to build up speed again has been, in some ways, the main challenge of this level. But even with leaving gaps, this is a lot of blasters that you have here. Okay, let's come up here. No, we need to dash to the left and then do that loop and go left on the bottom, jump up, and then back to the right. I just misread that. It's actually fairly easy to read. And we're still kind of surviving the same snake block at that point, I think. In terms of position, so whoops. Got a bit cut off here. Okay. Here we go. Whoops. Trying to get to jump there, and I just missed. Considering that's one of the easier jumps in the level, that's throwing me off surprisingly often. No, let's not do that. Okay. Up we go. And nope, bad landing. And yeah, even Gorilla, I think it's definitely the kind of level that reminds you of the sweetness of life and all the other things that you can get euphoric about, like throwing bombs everywhere. Whoops. Oh, I actually made it. Okay. Maybe doing a little bit of a jump there if I am landing poorly is in fact the solution. Doesn't feel that smooth, but you know, we'll take it. And yeah, kind of jumping towards the Pokey like that, you know, at that point we're still sort of being time constrained by the same snake block, the second one that we activate. So every little time savings we do here, well, not every little time savings, that time we were a bit fast. But every little time savings we can get will pay off in terms of buying myself a little bit of wiggle room for later. That time we went a little ahead of ourselves, but there we go, much better. Okay. So. There we are. Except, it seemed like I was a little bit ahead of the Thwomp. I need to stay nice and low, let the Thwomp kill the Pokey right before I get over. Thank you for the follow. And through we go. Even Gorilla, that's a particularly wacky toad. I can't mouse over to see whose emote that is right now, but whichever illustrator that was definitely enjoying their shrooms. Okay. We've still got lots to go, I think. We're starting to fall behind a bit on some of the main clears. In fact, there was still one uncleared that we left from last week. At boot level. I'll need to do some kind of ketchup and mayo stream at some point. To wrap some of these up. Yeah, let's get all the way to the right, in fact, just to give myself a bit more of a comfortable jumping position. Because hitting the wall there is becoming a slight issue for me. And I know I have time to take a little longer on this switch. Yeah, much better. No, I need to slow down for some reason. I actually need to wait on the red blasters slightly and let the Thwomp get ahead of me, I think. Which doesn't seem intuitive. Like, it felt like I should probably have a slightly better timing to work with there, but I wasn't expecting to outrun the Thwomp that quickly, I guess. So we'll need to stall a little bit before we follow the Thwomp like that. Yeah, even Gorilla, your non-denominational thoughts and prayers are very much appreciated. Tomorrow, you wonder if Twitch is influencing people to refer to themselves as we. No, I already did that before, to be honest. In any kind of presentational context. As I explained it to somebody, I always thought that was going to be a good fit for streams anyway, just as a habit that I didn't really think about. Because as the streamer and along with my viewers, it does feel like we are going on an adventure together, right? That And I think it's actually fairly standard in terms of any kind of instructional presentation as well, like if you're guiding people through something. It's not just yourself that you're referring to as we, it's that we're kind of in this as a team, a we, you, as it were. Oh, you mean non-streamers? Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know if that is an observed effect. But I also wouldn't have noticed what kind of effect Twitch is having on people outside of Twitch. Like, I don't really know how all of you folks talk amongst yourselves, if you've just been noticing more people employing Royal We lately. Because I can't say I've noticed much, but... Hyperion Smokestack, I am kind of using the Royal We from time to time. We are using the Royal We from time to time. But we'll just let you sort out that context for yourself. Yeah, I had a moment's hesitation there as to whether I was actually throwing the bomb. Let's fix that location. Let's try to do this. But yeah, we are definitely overdue for some kind of Mang Day just to... Whoops. Oh. What's going on here? It's going to be throwing the bomb over to the wall. The bomb lands on top of the muncher and activates the switch. And that's fine, because then the switch gives you a location that you can actually land on. Oh, whoops. Took me a moment to read that. Now, that's, of course, only the first zone. So, Mang, given how long we spent on this, I don't know if I'll be able to finish it in this run. Or just... I'll try to at least make it to checkpoint, or make it past the pipe. But we may need to go back to this afterwards. Let me just check how long I've been on this one, just for now. Yeah, about half an hour or so. That makes sense. Okay, let's get back over here. Yeah, stalling for the flop here still feels a little bit strange. I don't know if that's the optimal way to play it, but obviously I am ahead of any kind of time pressure coming in from the snake block, so I'm not too worried about that. So I do have the flexibility to stall a little bit. Maybe it's better than to have it be too tight, given that people are going to take that arc around a thwomp at a couple of different heights, depending on what their habits are. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Didn't quite understand what I was doing there for a moment, but we've got it. Oh. Yeah, okay. I needed a bomb here, didn't I? Let me take a look at that one more time. Like I said, Mang, we might save the post-checkpoint stuff for a separate stream. But yeah, no, I do need to throw the bomb there because I need a bomb twice. Is it going to be two bomb throws, actually? One through the piranha and one through the bumper. Got a bit too complacent with that, given that in the previous segment, the solution to the bomb was to just not throw it, but as you can see, it didn't quite make the distance I wanted. But we'll give this a few more minutes and then I will close the queue at that point. So last call for those who mean to submit. Okay. Interesting that I think putting the bomb in the claw at that location to activate the on-off switch is the thing that I'm supposed to be doing. Nope. It needs to throw. Maybe not like that. I do like the idea of having the boo placement, though, in terms of having a non-colliding object that the bomb can fall through, which is also very compact. Like, the boo is actually very well used here. Okay. Yeah, once again, need to build up a bit more speed. Supernova, welcome. Supernova, just so you know, this is last call. I'm probably not going to finish the Mang level, depending on how successfully we can get through this, but I am making progress here, so I do want to push on it for just a few more minutes. But we are going to cut off after that, and then get through the rest of the queue, so... Supernova racking up those emotes lately. Okay. Up we go. Yeah, I need to jump into that once again just to fall through it. Okay, just a few more attempts here and we'll do a makeup day for this one for sure. Whoops, no, we're supposed to dump that to the left and then make it past the next segment. Time pressure is mostly coming from the bombs, not from the snake blocks, which are mostly there just to make things look cool and also enforce the unidirectional nature of this level. Huh, that's kind of an interesting location there. I'll need to figure that out over other attempts, I think. So, man, we will definitely get back to this one, along with the boot level that we haven't finished. Like I said, over the next week or two, because of things like E3 coming in, I am planning to do at least one level grind to catch up stream, just to get through some of the harder stuff that we haven't finished. And make up for some of the lost time and lost levels, for that matter. So we will definitely get back to this. For the moment, though, we are going to mark this as lost and close the queue. Supernova, you joke about SD making levels in her image, but given that her image in this game is wearing a squirrel acorn hat, and then she's sent me a couple of acorn levels by this point, that's not entirely untrue. Okay, let me just check the list here. Thank you to the extreme patience of everybody waiting so far. And thank you, Hyperion Smokestack, for dropping by. I believe we're just going straight down next at this point, but let me check. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, it's just going to be straight down the list. Give me a moment, by the way. I am going to change the stream title just to reflect the fact that we are closed for now. And as is my usual policy, as long as no emergencies pull me away, everybody who has submitted will get played. And yeah, SD will look for the most recent one that we have not yet seen. In just a moment, I'm just going to make sure we get the stream title and everything else in order. So yeah, it's going to be back to a full schedule of Mario Maker for the coming week. In terms of catching up on puzzle levels, super worlds, unfinished business, that kind of thing. But we are, for the moment, going to be closed. So, hello, Electrodude. It's going to be the escape room. Only basic mechanics and no obscure tech. Right, because I think we'd played a sequel or something earlier. Yeah. Let's do it. Reach the goal while riding Yoshi. Let's see about it. You're not too proud of this one? That's fine. We'll deal with it. Okay, so it's going to be a bit of verticality here as we scroll down. And we have 2 coins that we need to obtain on the left here. A bomb that we should ignite somehow, probably with Yoshi grabbing fire on the right side. And we need 1 POW activation in order for Yoshi to land on top of the other Muncher and get through the door. Yoshi can, of course, manipulate the position of certain items like that, as well as grab some of the shellmets, etc. for me to get to. Okay, so we have a couple of doors that we can work with. If we place certain objects, like for example, moving the spring, the doors will be linked to either side. Now, in terms of actually obtaining Yoshi, Yoshi is currently in a spot that's not available to me, but there may be an egg spawn elsewhere, perhaps. Let's check the question blocks to see... Oh, the question blocks just tell me about these respective objects. Okay, so by that logic, the Yoshi on the right side is telling me that Yoshi is on the top block if I manage to get through this thing here. So the idea will be to stand on top of the POW by hitting the on-off switch. The way we hit the on-off switch will be by using the Spiny Hat. Or... let me think about that for a moment. No, because we would need to peel off the Spiny Hat in order to hit question blocks without blowing them up. So let's do that first. Drop this, check that we are correct about Yoshi. I think we will be. Can I bump this? Let's see. Possibly I need to actually move an object in here. I feel like this should be something I can enter, but that this is not the actual solution I'm looking for. Something. Oh, this is telling me P-switch actually, so maybe it's supposed to give me a P-switch when I already have Yoshi in tow. P-switch, of course, gives me a P-jump. But then it will allow me to go through... I see, because you needed a P-switch anyway in order to get through the door. However, the P-switch can only be obtained once due to the fact that you are activating the block, so this is already going to be out of order. And there's a bot I can get to ban Man of Steel accounts. Interesting, I didn't know that because we didn't have to deal with that previously. So we'll just have to do it manually, I guess. Okay, so this is going to be wrong, because we need the P-switch. But we may as well scout ahead and see what else is going on. I guess Yoshi here is denoting that Yoshi is actually to the right of this Muncher. In which case, the idea was to spend the POW in order to get through the Muncher and then get to Yoshi, and that should have been fairly obvious, in fact. And then the Spiny Hat allows you to break through the ice block, which will be the next thing after that. We just need to get the Spiny Hat late enough such that it does not blow up the various question blocks that we need to activate. So let's grab this. Grab this guy. Get through this. And yeah, that's going to give me Yoshi. And then we use the spiny hat. Later on, I will need to peel that off. But let's bust everything down, just so we clear a passage. Let's take Yoshi with me. And then we'll take fire. Because that's the kind of thing we do. Okay. Bomb blows up. And then that allows me to go through. Let me just do that quickly. Also, the fact that we have Yoshi means that I have access to additional shells if needed. Yeah, I guess this is marked. Not a total surprise. I do need to get through the muncher on the right. No, we don't. Because we have access to the door, so yeah. So next thing will be P-switch. To get to P-switch, we peel this. We go through here. And then we move this guy. And come back. The fact that Yoshi can grab these shells down here with the tongue. Not that we need them, but you can do it. You can even grab this P up in the top right. And, no, because it's NSMB. Okay, no, you can't actually send a tongue through walls. Okay, never mind. I was wrong. I forgot that in NSMB you cannot use the tongue through walls. So that's what happens sometimes when we talk before we think. Anyway, we have access to a POW as well as a P at this stage, and so that's just what we'll do. One POW, one P, and then we are through. And, okay. Yoshi's gonna have his little coin garden over here. And there we go. Thank you for the GGs. Trying to see what you were saying about the cheese. Bringing Yoshi down there and usually getting yourself soft-locked. I'm not exactly sure which location you're talking about. Because I didn't feel like I was being particularly precise about anything, I was just following the sequence. Where the first pink coin is? Yeah, I mean, I didn't bring Yoshi there, though. I dismounted. And it was pretty clear that I had to dismount so I wouldn't get trapped. So I don't see what the issue is. You just dismount, right? I mean, you can get locked there as Yoshi, I guess, but... Yeah, no, I see what's going on. Yeah. Yeah, because if you have the spiny hat, then what you can do is you go there as Yoshi as something 2 tiles high. You don't hit the hidden block. You hit the pink coin, and then the spiny hat allows you to punch through the munchers, and then you get locked in the top left with no P-switch. That's what happens. Because the spiny hat would kill the munchers over to semi-solid. Mang, I'm not going to ask you how you know that. Next GM, if you're still here, thank you for waiting for so long today, considering how early you came in. And yeah, we're getting into your new account where you're already 10 levels into. Whoops. Your second set of 100. Larry's Booming Castle. Larry's castle shakes the ground with thunderous quakes. Okay. Yeah, same idea as some of the previous levels we saw from you, actually. Just let's take that as time sensitive. The way the bombs kind of fall from the ceiling, I think, can be a little bit blind if you're not expecting that. Once you understand how to read that signal, though, that the P blocks are signifying where the bombs are going to be falling, then you can kind of delay and anticipate that. I mean, I guess it does signal that right from the start here, but at this point, on a sample size of 1, you don't necessarily know that that's what these danger zones are telling you, right? If you're paying attention after that, then it becomes a bit clearer, and you know to slow down. But I think a player going quickly at first might not necessarily understand it. I think by now, though, it's very clear to me that those locations are telling me bombs are incoming. So we'll just be careful with that. No, we were not very careful with that. Yeah, trying to speed through it just to see how the spacing works. Let's maybe not be that risky. People will try that, though, I will say. I mean, it's a good mechanic, but anything that asks players to slow down will get you into trouble with certain playstyles. I mean, I am not like a really speedy or impatient player, but a lot of people are. And they will, I guarantee it, try to just dash through everything without really watching. Checkpoint. A lot of fun, though. I don't know if parachutes would help. If you're fast, you're going to... no, it's not really going to be something I controlled anyway, actually, because it is based on the Lakitu positioning on the cloud up top, which leads to an interesting implication, by the way, which means that in Super Mario World, you can actually up-throw something towards the cloud if you know where it's going to be, and you can just nuke them. In fact, I'm going to try it. And fail, but because that's where the bombs are coming from, at least, you know, not the ones that are around the marked spawn locations, but the ones that are just dropping in randomly. Yeah, there we go, got the kill off screen. So that's one thing dealt with to make this slightly easier. You do need to deal with the rest, of course. Yeah, you are able to speedrun this, but you would need to be able to anticipate a lot of these positions in advance and know where things are going to be. Like, you'd have to find that path. You couldn't necessarily predict it blind, is what I'm saying. In terms of, like, when the bombs are actually going to fall. Based on when you scroll them in, and just based on your camera position. Obviously, I don't know if the bombs are just falling off a conveyor or if they're actually just walking off a platform, I guess is probably what's going on. If they were just being dropped in from the ceiling, I think it would actually be... Oh, maybe they are just being dropped in from the ceiling. I'm just thinking about how they're doing relative to the camera position. We should actually get a toss here. When's the Mario Kart stream? We'll have to figure that out. Like I said, I'm thinking about doing some kind of bonus stream during E3 week, just so we can actually have a Nintendo chat day. I was thinking I might do that with, you know, just catching up on some backlog levels, but it might actually make sense to do that with Mario Kart. Okay. Let's do that. Get out of here. Whoops, within bomb range over here. Yeah, because we know how much Supernova loves the non-deterministic element of the Mario Kart metagame. Don't forget the Ink game? Certainly not. We won't forget that. Eventually, if we actually manage to put that together. I kind of need to relearn the Ink game, to be honest. I also need to finish the secret fight in Octo Expansion at some point. But I feel like I need to relearn the Ink game to do it. I'd love to just replay Octo Expansion, but I don't know if I can just do that on my existing profile. I'm not too fond of how save files are so restricted nowadays in Nintendo games in terms of being profile bound. Because I'd love to just, you know, restart Octo Expansion on my existing profile and just work my way through to Metro again. Yeah, if you don't actually know the cloud is up there, and if you don't take care of it, it's a very different level. I don't know if that's really something that feels all that fair, given the lack of visibility on where the bombs are going to fall, but we'll take it. Yeah, I do think the falling mechanic, depending on how fast you're going, does inherently have some readability issues on the first pass. The falling locations are very well marked, it's just that the timing of when things are actually going to come down. There's no way to respond to that other than to just stall a bit. And the issue is that there's a tension between that and the fact that you have a bit of forward time pressure from the bombs that are spawning in already red, right? Here I think you just run. You just run for it, as the arrows are telling you. But you see what I'm saying? That, you know, you see the markers, but the markers mostly just kind of make you cautious and encourage you to stop. Whereas the red bombs are encouraging you to go fast. And that the two of those together seem to be clashing a little bit in terms of pacing. I mean, you just have to kind of make that judgment as a player in terms of how much you can afford to stall. But I think that's probably the issue I'm running into. Of course, as we get into some of the later segments, we'll just deal with that. Yeah, SD, it's actually kind of true that we just say red for everything. Like the pink coins are red coins, although that's Nintendo's fault for mostly just getting us used to red coins in all the other Mario games, and only making them a shade of pink here. Actually, on my current display that I'm playing on, the color temperature is a little bit warm, and such that a lot of the reds do kind of appear as oranges, including the lava. It shouldn't be that way to you on stream. On stream, you should actually see something that's color accurate, but on my actual playing display, the color is not quite perfect. Oh, we need to actually jump at the end there to grab the fire flower. No, your screen should be perfectly fine. Your screen, in terms of what you're seeing on my stream, is perfectly fine. It's my own monitor right now that's, under current lighting conditions, is a little bit off. And at some point I should do something about that. Whoops. SDGML, in my current chat screen, your name appears as pink. Although sometimes Twitch is a bit inconsistent about that in terms of what I'm seeing in the live chat log and what I see in the VOD afterwards. But I definitely see your name as pink like a pink coin. Okay, let's remember to actually get the kill up front. Yeah, that looks totally blind. I'm glad I have that method, it's just that... Whoops. Let's not do that. That's kind of an embarrassing way to go. Nope, that wasn't even close. Nope, that also missed. Okay. Surprisingly survivable, this segment here. Let's just run. And do a bit of a jump at the end. Grab that fire flower once it comes. Checkpoint. Man, there's some kind of setting in Twitch that allows you to change your preferred display color. Okay, fairly straightforward. As long as we don't need to keep the fire flower for some kind of bonus, which we might. And here's Yoshi being released from a cage once again. Save the animals or kill the animals? Save the animals, maybe. Haha, joke's on you, Yoshi. That's... okay, maybe a bit inhumane. I regret everything. But that's what happens when you don't let me acquire shells through walls in the NSMB style. Yeah, I do think, you know, it's a fun concept, but I think the visibility of it is something that's is a potential source of frustration for players, depending on what their habits are in terms of how they're going to read it. I do think that by the time we made it through the end, though, that's... you clearly could kind of play around that reactively and be fairly accurate about dodging the bombs. But definitely on a first playthrough, I think people are very likely to get hit. Anyway, thanks for the level, Next GM. SD, I do respect how when you're demonstrating the color command, obviously you needed to, you know, do exclamation mark color with a spelling that actually works with the command, but that you still insisted on compensating for that with the Canadian spelling and the actual field in brackets. So, I do notice things like that, and I congratulate you. Nintenium, if you are still here, after all this time, please check in and we will take a look. All of you who actually queue in the stream just exercise such incredible, crazy patience, considering how long I take with everything. Certainly hope you find the experience worthwhile. Here's Midnight Castle. Survive in 60 seconds at a castle. A re-upload with serious changes. These changes are not joking around. I feel like Mang was actually a Pink Ranger before Mang actually asked about the color change. Okay, it's going to be a Night Castle Water Survival. Oh, this is the kind of thing where I certainly think Electrodude is paying attention. As far as dodging bullets goes, we'll just find a good pattern for doing this for 60 seconds. SD, I'm actually fairly sure that Mang was pink before purple and then pink again, and was specifically asking that question to disguise or knowledge of the answer. But that's okay. We'll just give everybody a bit of cover of plausible deniability. Whoops. Okay, actually managing here. I mean, plenty of entity space remaining for Toho music if you wanted to do that kind of thing. But whoops. A little aggressive there. At that point, 369 on the clock, so 418 on the clock when I go through the door. So the mark we'll be looking for is... I was about 11 seconds off from the finish, actually. Whoops. Hey, Bex Plays, welcome. Stream is popping today. Bex Plays, I know you were trying to think about what you were doing earlier, whether it was quiz games or something. Did pop in a little bit. I do know that it's sometimes a bit of a party stream day for you. So yeah, Beck, can't believe E3 is already so close. This will actually be my first E3 as a streamer, given that it did not happen last year, nor did any kind of Nintendo Direct event at that point, so it's going to be kind of an interesting season, I'm sure, as we find out what exactly is going to be the stuff we need to plan around later in the year. And yeah, we'll definitely come hang out and chat with you about that. As I was saying to people earlier in my stream, I do want to have some kind of, chat about E3 stream over some kind of Nintendo game that week. It might be more Maker, it might be Mario Kart, it might be something else. But we'll find something that's thematically appropriate, depending on how let's go. You might be getting back into Maker too. Yeah, we'll send you good people, if so. And send you good codes as well. I really do need to get back to making new levels myself. I've not really published anything in the past year or so. Are eggs horizontal or vertical? I feel like that's something to be answered in an adaptation of Gulliver's Travels. I was actually just thinking about Gulliver's Travels in a Nintendo context recently, and I'll explain that in just a moment while I'm surviving this. So you know how the early part of Gulliver's Travels that everybody knows, which is the part in Lilliput where they're fighting this holy war between the big Indians and the little Indians, about which side you should crack an egg. That's something that's kind of originally written to be satirical, like they're fighting over something really silly and sectarian, and I realized that that is actually my attitude towards button mapping on controllers. That if there were some kind of pretext for a holy war against the sort of people who like the ABXY button layout on the Xbox controller, which is backwards, I would probably be very easily conscripted into that. That's actually exactly how I feel about the Xbox controller. It's like beating an egg on the wrong side. Okay, thanks for that, Nintenium. Cool survival challenge. Yeah, definitely a change from your usual, more platforming style work, but I think it works pretty well as a survival loop. Plenty of space to react to things, and no single required path or tight, inescapable corners or anything like that. You just need to be fairly steady. Let's mark that as a win and go down the list. Lure 100 TDM, if you are still here, I think you are, yeah. Given that you just said something. I see that Electrodude is strategically avoiding the lurk command. Not that you've ever used it, but... Yeah, Beck, glad you enjoy the stream as much as you do. I was playing a fair bit of Captain Toad recently, in fact, just to show off some of the Switch exclusive content, since I managed to grab all that stuff cheaply. But I am going to be back on a full Mario Maker schedule for the coming week, and getting back to things like puzzle levels and super worlds and like, so... Lure 100 TDM, what would you like me to play? Do you have a particular level that you want me to look at, or do you want me to try the super world, or what is it? Don't play the 1-1 levels, okay. Let's see this. Okay, so... do you have anything in particular that you think you would like me to see? Yeah, I haven't played anything from you before, so... do just tell me if there's something specific that you want to look at. I see you've published so much stuff. If this is your profile, that's... it might be difficult to keep track of it all, but... yeah, I actually didn't have a lurk command until fairly recently, and then people were typing in the command anyway. And so I thought, alright, let's just roll with that. So yeah, let me know if you have a preference, otherwise I'll just pick something. Maybe something comparatively recent. I mean, there's so much stuff to choose from that I don't really have a good sense of what represents your style. Yeah, do let me know, and then I'll do something. Yeah, Bex Plays, there's a lot of people that I've heard that from. Some people are maybe a bit grumpier about it than others, depending on how seriously they got into Maker 1 in terms of just a wild experimentation that was in there. Flying in a Dangerous Swamp. Okay, let's do that one. Made for Twitch streamers. Good taste in Twitch streamers, by the way. Red Nye is somebody who comes to hang out often, and Ronman I don't know so much, but Snowbear has kind of come by and said hi and has really been kind of exploding in popularity as well lately. So we'll see what exactly this is. Yeah, SD, I actually did just watch that Steve video as well. I knew that he had kind of not really gotten into Maker 2 as much, but I do think that the video was mostly about things like the Maker interface. And I think a lot of it is quite fair. But... like, I haven't been following Steve's content as much in the time that he's been off Mario Maker content. This bit feels a little bit blind, this swamp here. I guess we need another mushroom now to finish with the clear condition. But the idea will be to go through these optional challenges, to collect 3 coins, and then get out of here through some kind of key door. But yeah, I definitely know some makers who were very serious about Maker 1 who just didn't feel quite as passionate about Maker 2 despite the new tool sets. Sometimes, you know, if they were burnt out by Nintendo overly enforcing glitch deletion or restricting certain mechanics, patching things out, etc. Just a lot of things managerially that frustrated them about the game. I'm still having tons of fun with it, but that's because we just see endless good levels. Okay, there's another mushroom, which is good, if I can find a way to get up there with a claw. Whoops. Not like that, I don't. Yeah, it seemed like the Mario Paint elements of Mario Maker were much more prominent in the first game, for sure. I mean, we still do have the rocket and the undo dog and the rest, but... the kind of very overt continuity with Mario Paint in Maker 1 was something that one could definitely appreciate. Even with things like the Fly Swatter, you know. And okay, let's be cautious around the Blind Swan. Yeah, both of these are actually a little bit out of nowhere, but at least you do have a chance to get more mushrooms later in the level, so it's not game-ending necessarily. But when a player sees a clear condition like that, sometimes it's good to have some clarity about whether it will, in fact, be a game-ending mistake. Okay, that's going to require a cape, in fact. This coin up here. Okay. Oh, that's a key. Okay, that's interesting that we don't have the third coin yet, but the slam actually gives me something, which I did not expect. So yeah, let's see what's here in this variety pack of a level. A couple of switch activations will give me the P-switch, assuming I don't destroy the P-switch by hitting the switch too early. Or, for that matter, dropping it all the way down. Okay. Looks like this is telling me that I want a spring in this location to proceed. Yeah. I don't know about stuff like this, where it's kind of telling you, surprise, you didn't do the thing that you didn't know you had to do. Now you have to die and try again. And the third coin is going to be all the way at the end, so we don't need to think about the third coin until the end. Okay. As far as Maker 2 goes, though, Beck, I feel like the quality of the elements they patched in just got better and better with each patch. That, you know, with the stuff that was patched in at launch, or not patched in, but the stuff that was added to Maker 1 at launch, I found that the implementation was initially kind of hit and miss, especially with the interactivity of certain parts. But then once they got Link in and the SMB2 mushroom in, and also a lot of the enemy designs in terms of how they implemented the Spike and how they implemented the Koopalings, etc., that's the way they patched Maker 2 really kind of got its act together. Which is why it was kind of unfortunate that the updates stopped as early as they did, because the updates just kept on getting better and better and just breathed so much additional life into this whole thing. They should add a Sonic costume that only men can use. I agree. Okay, so we don't have the spring here. But what we can do is try to snatch the P-switch like this. There we go. And then we'll skip all this. Okay, now we've missed a clear condition. Looks like we'll need multiple keys to get through some of this stuff, though. Spike is not going to do anything useful for us here. Maybe eventually we get another mushroom, so I'll just keep on proceeding until we know for a fact whether anything here is completable. Here we just avoid the crushes. Interesting. That's going to be a one-way thing here. Oh. And you're telling me something about the spring being down in that location. Yeah. The thing is, from a playtesting perspective, I need to be able to figure out what I can without external hints, right? So, we'll see how that goes. Because it seems like there are definitely some things in this level that I'm not really able to just figure out blindly by myself. And so, you know, a lot of this feels like a traditional level, but there's some stuff that works according to sort of troll-style logic where you need to die to something to understand how it's structured. And so that might not really be a good mix, but the platforming itself is fine. You know, it's pretty attractive and well-spaced, but it's just that some of the blinder elements can kind of get in the way with that. Speaking of Mario Paint, here's Undo Dog over here, having the time of his life. Okay, let's try to do the slam again, unless... Oh no, I can just jump on this guy. And yeah, Pitch Shifter, sorry you couldn't stay. I know I took sort of extremely long with everything today. Pitch Shifter, we'll need to catch up with some of your recent creations for sure. Whoops. Okay, that was a disaster. However... Let's see if I can do something here. Nope. Maybe not. Okay. Ah, spring is down there. Okay. I see. The fact that I didn't need it meant that I could just skip that. There we go. And then I'm going to take the spring with me, because that's how I play. We are going to lose the mushroom here, so we'll see. And yeah, Supernova, I mean, Warp World only lets me do so much. In terms of the configurability of what the command is going to tell you. Okay, he did not get crushed here. We're in that next segment up top. Yeah, there we go. That's going to come down. Let's just go up. Not that I have a mushroom, but this will give me a mushroom, so... I mean, at least we know what the door limit in this level is going to be, so at least we can just try that without running into too much trouble. Okay, so we have 3 keys. Let's see how many of them we actually need to expend here. Of course I'm going to check. And we'll get the bonuses at the end. I mean, it's not actually a picador in the sense of killing you. You know that there's going to be a 4-door pair limit anyway, and so when you see 7 doors like that, you actually know you're probably going to be safe. So yeah, I think there are some potential issues with the flow, but I'm glad that in terms of the clear condition, at least you are given just a free mushroom in the end. You don't necessarily know that, though, when you're playing that for the first time, so I think there's a bit of uncertainty sometimes if you lose a power-up in terms of whether you are allowed to proceed. And the issue with that is that there are certain locations where if you don't have an item like the spring, for instance, you actually are not allowed to proceed, and so I would definitely think about making things doable in a way that doesn't require you to restart because of some kind of knowledge gap or knowledge issue. But anyway, thanks for that. Hope that was a helpful playtest. Okay, let me just catch up on a chat quickly to make sure we could actually catch up to some of the chatting earlier, which, yeah, we were talking about Maker 1 and 2 and the UI. And yeah, as far as the amiibo costumes go, there's one very functional thing about them, other than them just being very aesthetically attractive and adding a lot to the, kind of thematic element of the game. Functionally speaking, we still have no replacement for a one-tile Mario that can still break stuff with his head. And so that by itself is kind of a step back for Maker 1. Zazie, thank you for sticking around for so long. No, but the thing is, Supernova, the Shelmet isn't exactly the same thing, given that the Shelmet breaks other stuff, right? Like, you want something that does operate like a Super Mushroom state that is in one tile. That's what I'm talking about. And still not protect you from the same set of stuff as a Shelmet. But mostly the loss of the Mystery Mushroom costumes just dialed back the amount of wild thematic creativity from people who wanted to make things like story levels or other crazy things. And that is an important part of the game, even as people who focus much more on the platforming element of Maker 2. There's definitely a certain dimension of creativity that has been lost. Zero Planes has a sub 7-second record on this. Well, we'll see how fun the snow is going to be, so we're given 10 seconds. Zero Planes has proven it's doable in 7. Lure100 TDM, thank you for coming by and submitting once again. Really appreciated your patience and the level. We're not doing this in 10 seconds. We just need to get past the snowballs. No need to jump and interact with them. As long as I don't get smacked. Oh, I like that bounce up early. It's actually very satisfying. Has a potential bit of a time saver too, as we see we're really just maybe a second and a half off from the end. Oh, I thought I'd get bounced that time, and that was not the case. Okay, bounce. Bounce. And I'm gonna get smacked by all this stuff. Kind of the perfect size for this sort of challenge, actually. Okay. We were about to get dunked, but then the timer saved me and killed me in its own way, which... very kind of the timer to, save me to trouble and to pain. Oops. This has some great Krim energy. I guess it does. Yeah, we'll need to figure out how to deal with that for sure. I don't feel like I have a good method for it yet. I would mind an ending like that much more if this were a level that took more work to get there, I guess. I don't mind figuring it out in the context of something short here, where, basically everything else is just sort of a warm-up to buy time for the ending. And figuring out the ending is the actual level in some ways. Okay, missing that bounce early was just too bad. Yeah, losing way too much time in general. I think if I just stay behind the last red blaster and let everything fire a single round. Fire, then go. Nope, too late. Can't stall that long. Very quick like a bunny, yeah, I guess so. Could have enlisted the bunny gang. Fifi Goldie, the queue is closed right now. Sometimes if I finish really early, I do reopen for a final round. I don't know if I'll be able to do that, depending on how long the 2 remaining levels are. If you stick around to the end and the end comes soon, maybe we can reopen for a 1 or 2, but sometimes that keeps me online for way too long, so we'll see. If we don't really have time to reopen the queue, what I'll actually do is I'll go back to the Meng level I didn't finish earlier. And we'll do that as the closer. But I can't guarantee that right now. It depends on how things are going after this and the next 2. Because sometimes I sort of make the mistake of reopening at the end and people give me another 2 hours worth of content. And it might be a little bit much. Thank you for the follow. Okay. Yeah, we need to figure out what to do here. I may actually want to drop down to the lower snowball and just bounce off of that instead, but given that everything is being fired at once, it's going to be a little difficult to time that. Okay, that works too, almost. If we just get there a little bit faster, then we can bypass the first shot, first volley from the right side. And last time I tried that, though, I stalled for a little bit too long, and I think I'm losing too much time early now. 7 seconds. Really, Zero Planes. 7 seconds. Must have been a fun one to watch, actually. You fit it into a nice, efficient clip. Whoops. Okay, we got mobbed. SDGML, there's a lot of good in the world if you look for it. Yeah, most of it actually winds up in my queue. And, well, very good principle to live by when it comes to Mario Maker, by the way. That there's a lot of good in Mario Maker if you bother to look for it. And here we go, 0 seconds remaining. We're not chasing the world record on this, but congratulations, Zero Planes, on whatever it was you figured out about this. But yeah, I can definitely see a quick path here being a lot of fun. Like snow. Dark Flash, welcome. So let's move on to Mario. If Mario is still here. It's very funny mood swing in a way, given how chipper even Gorilla was earlier about everything. And you know, just wild swings between the positive and the negative, which, you know, is sometimes just how things will go for a person. And hopefully that's no cause for concern. Definitive Adventure of Link. Use all of Link's guile to survive his greatest quest yet. Okay, sword goes down. Let's see if this is playable without it. I think you need to jump on top of the Goomba, hit the off switch, and then that will disable the door on the left, but then give me something else to work with. Yeah, some kind of proximity trigger, or timed trigger, actually, by the looks of it. Given that I would not be activating anything by proximity there. Let's wait for this Goomba and bounce up. We can. There we go. Don't know if that was actually necessary. Didn't seem so. However, it does elevate this spike here. It seemed like I was able to get through the previous segment in the off state, but I don't know what that would affect, other than the spike positioning here. I'm actually going to bot this guy. So, yeah, we have access to the sword, assuming I can make this little dip here. Hang on. No, didn't think so. Okay, so if we demolish the spike balls, this is why none of you have mod powers, by the way. This is all of you. Oh, okay, pipe. Interesting. I trust you folks to make good levels. I don't know if I trust you to exercise moderation powers judiciously. Oh, we grabbed 1 out of 3 coins. I wouldn't necessarily have known to check that pipe, that's the only thing. But maybe it's optional. I guess we'll find out very soon if it is optional. I guess the thing about the spike here is that if I lower it to the lower level, then it's able to probably punch through some things with these spike balls and create a pathway going right, for instance, over to the pipe that we see there. So let's go back and hit the off switch. Oops. Or maybe just not hit the on-off switch to begin with. I kind of like the circularity of Zero Planes trying to mod himself. But okay, let's go back over here. Oh, you know what? I didn't even want to hit that, did I? That's alright. We'll just have to hit this one more time. Okay, here we are. Let's see what we can manipulate. Oh, okay. That might be a bit of an issue. Never mind then. Maybe we need to do something else with the spike balls in the next segment. Okay. Unless I am just supposed to get the Master Sword at the beginning, which... I don't think so, though. I feel like this is a bit of a fake-out level. That... Until we get to that point where maybe it is required. Okay, let's go through here. Okay, this guy's going to punch through a couple of things. Actually, no, I want to break the wall to the left. That's what's going on here. Should have been obvious, in fact. And actually, that just creates some space, which will then drop the spike. Oh, no, no, if I go here, it doesn't. What activated that switch, then? Ah, the spike ball hitting the on. Which we can't rely on now, so let's... However, the spike did drop a little bit. Yeah. 1 spike ball there. No, he's going to fire 2, so... Given that they're always going to come in arrows and also go off screen before they hit the switch, let's... Whoops. probably go back and hit the switch manually then to lower the spike and then proceed from there. SD, you're saying something about the sword. Let me see. I didn't see a sword that was accessible yet at that point. Unless you're just responding to what Supernova was asking. At this point, what didn't she say? Apparently she didn't say sword. Okay. Up here, let's remember to grab a coin. Mr. Games All Day is going great. Hope you're also doing well. Why didn't I get the sword below the spike? Because the placement of it is not very convenient. I had tried on a previous attempt, and it's a little too low for me to reach currently until I have some way to deal with it. It's kind of in a bait location. Unless there's something I was missing. Okay, there we go. Your commentary reminds you of the lock-picking lawyer. I feel like somebody has told me before. In fact, somebody who had come to this stream recommended me a certain lock-picking channel on YouTube. And that might have been why. Like, one of my other regulars here was telling me about a lock-picking channel. So I don't know if that's the lock-picking lawyer or if that's something else, but maybe you're not the first to observe that. I've heard some interesting comparisons before in terms of what people think I sound like. And every time somebody tells me that I sound like so-and-so, it introduces me to something new and possibly interesting. Okay. Up we go. Whoops. And yeah, man, I guess I do sound like myself some of the time. People who have heard me speak in other contexts may or may not be able to verify that. Anyway. Yeah, tomorrow, and that's totally what tomorrow would say as well. It's so in character. It's the deep, calm voice with the methodical inclination to state both the obvious and nuanced in the same tone. Is that also characteristic of the lockpicking lawyer? Okay. Up we go. Whoops. There we go. The other thing is going to hit, though, so let's do something about that, given that the spike balls are typically going to come in pairs. That's apparently what they do. Well, we need to survive that first to get back to the Goombas. The way they were before, but we should be going back there with the switch set to off, because with the spike ball having uncovered the spaces above the vine and generally just opened up new passages going back to the right side. Going back to the right with the off state does look like it's supposed to be the right idea. Yeah, we did this already, so let's go back. Man, 2 days ago you made the most brilliant joke. I'm trying to remember which one that was, because you just make so many. Or maybe you're being perfectly serious and we just can't tell. Okay, so it's going to be double spike ball requiring me to go back to the Goomba segment. And that's going to be fine. Yeah, that's all fine and dandy, except I think I need to lower the spike now to the right side. That's going to punch through the right side wall and take me over to the blue pipe. So as you can see, yeah, the sword is not accessible yet. During the Captain Toad stream... Oh, yes, actually, Mang, I know what you're talking about now. I know what you're talking about. I don't want to spoil it. Don't want to rob you of the chance to bask in your brilliance. This will send a mushroom up and unstack things that way, such that you can grab the mushroom without activating a P. Why we would want to do that, we will have to see. But yeah, let's get around this guy. Oop, definitely don't want to bump my head or anything up there. The bomb. Yep. Whoops. Looks like the bomb would actually be able to lower that block, though, if we want to do things that way. Okay, let's go back. And here we go. Take this down there. Might as well just lower it, see what happens. Oh, except we needed a slightly better position to do that. Okay, never mind. I don't know about doing it that way. I feel like that's maybe not correct. But we'll do it. Spike top up here. Go down there. Thinking about that P-switch and the mushroom on the left. Yeah, P-switch allows you to drop down through that block, I guess. That's the purpose. What is stopping me from just proceeding, though? Oh, okay. Didn't think about that guy. You know, if Mang actually were promoted to Twitch partner, it would get us all the closer to having a full set of emotes of Mang illustrations and avatars, which I think can only be good for the world. Oh, whoops. Okay. Through we go. Yeah, a surprising amount of, I guess, precision jumping around the piranha plants here. Unless, of course, we go out of our way to get rid of them. This guy here is going to be a bit of a nuisance. Yeah, I guess the first time I came in here, it was actually just something to do with my camera positioning that led these two to be stacked together. It isn't really necessarily going to be the case. It also doesn't make too much of a difference, in fact. Yeah, this feels a little bit blind to this spot here when you're pulling the camera up, but we'll deal with it. Also going to check the left here. You never know. Let's go to the right first in case there's something I can do without the mushroom. It feels like going for the mushroom and piece, which might be a bit of a trap here. Also, we still have to hunt for some of the coins from time to time, so let's go through the pipes when we see them. And that's going to show me something underground, which is not relevant to my interests just yet. I guess we needed to stomp on Goombas. No, we can just climb up this stuff directly. Almost. Okay, maybe not. Moment. Just need to mute my mic for a sneeze for a moment. There we go. Let's get back over here. Stomp on a Goomba and go up. Some stuff down below, of course, but I don't know if I want to check that just yet. Or do I? Let's check the pipe first. Here's checkpoint and a sword, okay. You know what? That allows me to do something quickly here, which is... First of all, let's jump over here, down to this. Just doing that to check the pit. Okay, never mind. Anyway, we have the checkpoint, we have a sword, we do not have the other coin locations just yet. Now, why would I want to do that? Because we now have a little bit of an issue here. Whoops, wanted to make the jump, but I think that corner is going to have a word with me here. And here we go. Dang, you say you remember this level. Okay, interesting. Yeah, it looks like maybe we need something timed. There are definitely a few things about this level that kind of try to mislead you in terms of where you're allowed to go, so... Okay, there we go. And... yeah, we'll just need to be a little careful about the springs. Okay. Up here, and then we hit the on-off switch. We can also blow this up. I don't know why we would want to, but it's quite possible. I think the spring was kind of meant to dunk you. I strongly suspect. Do I want to do that? I don't know if I do. Okay. Bomb here. And, oh, interesting. We can bomb this location as well, I guess, to get back out. Except none of that's going to be correct unless we have another timed activation on the on-off switch. I think you saw Barb play. That's really interesting. I didn't know Barb still played this game, actually. I haven't really seen him in the Maker scene for ages, but... because he's somebody who I think actually really sort of burned out on Maker 2 as well. Okay, there is a sword up there, not that we need it. So I want to jump down to the platform and hit the on-off switch immediately. That's how we do it. And stand or jump out of the way. Yeah, there we go. And not bomb any of this stuff in case we blow up our chances of getting upstairs. Whoops. Let's not get crushed. Okay. Almost. Need to keep track of which block I'm on at any given time. Whoops. And, nope. Here we go. Plot twist, Mang is actually Maggie the Kitty's all. I don't know who Maggie the Kitty is. I don't think. Darkflash, is the Mang in chat at all related to the noted Advance Wars Fire Emblem Wargroove Let's Play Strategy streamer? I actually didn't know about that streamer. Because I don't really tend to watch the turn-based tactics games, I just play them my own way, right? I think it's one of those things where like I just never wind up watching anybody play those because I am always just finding my own solutions. And Maggie the Kitty, thank you for the follow. What a plot twist. That is a total plot twist. Wow, that was shockingly convenient. Okay. I mean, if all of you were actually Supernova alts, all of you would have a whole lot more likes on your levels. And significantly worse taste in domestic animals. No, let's not do that. I knew not to do that. You use this account to upload your garbage? Yeah, I find that highly plausible. Just gotta restore balance to the Makerverse after all of the uncleared levels that Zero Planes puts himself through. Whoops. Okay. Up we go. And yeah, gonna have a bit of bombardment here. Let's not get crushed this time. That was a bit of a jinx. Don't tell me I also need to put in a BRB command. But I guess we'll determine that kind of thing by demand, like we did by putting in the lurk. Alright, down we go. Over here. And yeah, eventually something is going to dump you down here. That's what the conveyor belts are for, so we'll just have to be careful with that and probably run into it anyway. Nope. Let's see what we can do about that top corner. Obviously, the thing to do is jump around to the right, which is not to say that we managed that with any success. Yeah, tomorrow, the reason I don't have the command list public anymore is because I do have, first of all, far too many commands, and secondly, a lot of them are sort of deliberately unavailable at any given time because I tend to swap them in as needed. And yeah, Zazzy, thank you for dropping by for so long today and for submitting. Okay, here we are. Yeah, let's actually jump around that for a change. Okay, up we go. And let's see here. As far as the turn-based strategy streamer that has a name very similar to Meng, I guess we should look that up at some point if that's a recommendation. But I never know how other people are playing those games at any given point in time, so we'll probably take a look. Given that one thing that I have obviously not been doing on the stream is any turn-based tactics content, because I haven't yet figured out how to make that an appealing streaming experience. Might just be something I have to figure it out with time. Yeah, we get dumped. We do need to make it all the way to the right. Okay. Yeah, it looks like I'll just need to tap certain locations or just jump more accurately. Obviously don't want to be bombing too much of this stuff out of the way. What's the best turn-based tactical game of all time? It depends on what you're looking for, in terms of what you value about turn-based tactics. In terms of the actual sort of battlefield experience and class design and scenario design, etc., I actually think that Fire Emblem Fates Conquest does not get nearly enough credit. It is incredible, even by Fire Emblem standards, in terms of how well thought out all of the systems are. Like, there are definitely elements of it that other Fire Emblem games do far better. But that's definitely something to look into. I mean, like, there's definitely a lot of things that, for example, are more complete in a game like Three Houses, but in terms of the actual map design and class design, you cannot actually do better in Conquest. And in fact, it's the kind of thing where, like, I don't even know if they'll make something like that again. Because it was already kind of the sort of hard campaign that they created as a secondary campaign in the dual release of Fates. And yeah, definitely there for the big tactics fans. There's a lot more, of course, outside the better-known series. Like, as far as things that are outside of the sort of typical well-known tactics brands, I am a big, big fan of Invisible Inc. Inc. as in Incorporated. Which is really quite exquisite. It's sort of an XCOM style squad-based design where you just have a party that's fairly small. It just goes up to a party of 4, I think. but also one that has that kind of element of perfectionism to it, and just a great stealth concept all around. Hard to say, though. I mean, it's very difficult to pick like a best tactics game simply because a lot of them do things very differently from each other. And have different focuses, priorities, strengths and weaknesses. Okay, here's how we're going to do it. We're not going to bump into this guy. We are going to probably try to jump over this guy. Can try to sneak under, but I think I'll just get bumped to the left. I don't think I like that idea. Okay, almost made it here. Okay, there we go. And we're going to pig ourselves out of there. Looks like that is just going to be a reset door, followed by an on-off switch that drops everything. Curious. Let's scout ahead, actually. Feels like the on-off switch is kind of bait here. I don't think I want to hit it. At least not yet. Interestingly enough, you can in fact jump over to the coin on the left. Huh. Oh, I see. So you do want to do that. Otherwise, you won't be able to get through the skull platform quickly enough. Okay, I see. SDGML, you've made 1,500 channel points for the stream. Yeah, I've been saying for weeks now that I need to put in more rewards, and I have a couple of ideas that I just have not implemented yet. It's just one side of the stream that I have not really worked on lately. Whoops. Okay, let's push through this some more. Yeah, given the length of the current stream, it is not likely that I'll be reopening the queue after I finish this level and Supernovas. We'll see how we're doing for time in terms of whether we'll return to a level from earlier today at that point, but I will not be doing a full reopening. Although I'll be on for a while yet, so we do have time to take this patiently and try to work it out. Okay. Supernova fell asleep? Yeah, he does that. Yeah, that's the thing, Electrodude, is that we have so many regulars at this point who have amassed a crazy number of points that I just can't be too generous about prices, because anything I put in that is affordable, I need to make sure it's not something that's too spammable, I guess. Might need to put something up at 100k or something, but there's really nothing that's going to be too worth it at that level unless you really want to see me sit in a hot tub and scrawl your name on my arms or something, which SDGML tells me is all the rage on Twitch these days. Whoops. Yeah, that's true. Something like a per stream limit. But we'll see. No, I definitely have some things I want to do with the point rewards. But in the meantime, you folks can just amass them as much as you want. A lot of these on-off switches really are just bait. Which means that sometimes I do have to make a very deliberate decision as to whether I want to interact with them. And that's what threw me off about the one by the Blue Skull platform. I don't really think about how quickly I need to react to that. Especially with the one-tile gap that would create when you're jumping just a little further to the right. We'll see. I don't know yet if I can actually finish this one, just given the nature of that block challenge that we've been reset at many times. But we'll take our time and try to push through it. And, whoops, no. Let's be careful here. You can spill some beans if I want to finish more quickly. Oh, if you have some kind of developer trick or something. I think we're okay for now, unless there is something that really is just a massive shortcut or troll or something that takes me back to the beginning. But, no, that's okay. I don't mind navigating through it for now. I do think there's probably something early on that's probably a trick. Like something that tells you that you have to follow the sword at the very start of the level down into the pit or something. But given the structure of this level, I would not put it past you to try that. It's not a troll exactly, but there are certainly some things in this level that are reminiscent of troll levels. Like you can see this being very similar to a lot of the anti-soft lock designs. So. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. 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 Okay. Didn't quite manage to salvage that. And up we go. Okay, let's get through here. And back we go. Yeah, like I was saying much earlier in the stream, I am kind of amassing a pile of codes of lengthier and more ambitious Zelda dungeon concepts. And hopefully doing some kind of Zelda dungeon exclusive stream at some point. Because there are a lot that I want to catch up on that are also very long. Or potentially very long, as far as I know. And it would make sense to just kind of do them on their own day. Especially because some people come up with some amazing stuff for them that doesn't really get that much airplay. Electrodude, on second thought, I'm not going to make that a 100k point reward. But we'll come up with something interesting. That is perhaps a little less déclassé. Whoops. I think I liked the sort of Twitch meta better in terms of the mega streamer meta back when everybody was just playing chess. Which I suppose is still the case. It's been kind of interesting to see the chess boom expand to a lot of the giant streamers that I would never really pay attention to otherwise. There are plans eventually, I think. Not plans necessarily, but certainly ambitions to do some kind of PogChamps equivalent for Scrabble. And, you know, with the experienced players coaching the super streamers, so we can watch them blunder into each other. Like, that's very much in the early stages of figuring out how to manage all that, but I think that's certainly eventually the ambition. It's okay, so here's the issue here, is that we need to get off the skull platform and onto the blue blocks if I do switch this to off. However, if I don't switch this to off, the blue skull platform travels a little bit too quickly. And, oh yeah, we can't just, of course, tilt up here. We need to do that first. And yeah, actually, even if you prepare the arrow, you can't just tilt. Ah, okay, that's kind of trollish. That's something we'll have to be aware of. Especially because I now don't have a reset. Except for going back to the left. However, yeah, I was trying to get that jump here. Let me see how long I've been on this, because tomorrow I may sacrifice my checkpoint and just check one quick thing. Let me see, because there's enough trollishness going on here that there's something I don't quite trust. And I'll show you what that is in just a second. Let's actually exit it. I'll be going back in. But I just want to check one thing. Okay, nothing up front, actually. Nothing with a key coin yet. We have a long ways to go, though. And I can tell we have a long ways to go because of the maze segment that we see after we come out of what looks like a red pipe. So tomorrow, you're quite welcome to resubmit this at some point if we want to push through it a little bit further. I think I'm very unlikely to actually get through it today, so we'll take a look at some point. I love how there's one multiplayer versus match on this, by the way. But yeah, there are definitely a few things that you kind of need to figure out by a bit of troll logic here and there. And that will take a little bit of a longer session, but at least we have a pretty clear path through the early content that I can repeat pretty easily, so we'll save it for another time. I'm pretty close to the end. Yeah, I think we'll find out another time since I sacrificed a checkpoint anyway, but I did want to check that. But you're quite welcome to resubmit next time we're open. You think I'm closer than I think. Yeah. Maybe so. We may have to find out next time, though, since I do want to start winding down a little bit. That's okay. Thanks for submitting. We'll see. I mean, I did see that Zero Planes had to play on that as well, so I see that you're pushing through it and may in fact be quite close. Supernova is going to submit something that is not Supernova's usual, a GDQ code. Oh, this was something like the donut level, right? I don't know if I'd actually seen this one before. Oh, you finished right as I exited. Okay, I see. Oh no, I have not done this. This is a level from January. After a year, you finally made a desert level. Link platformer for Team Donut. And yeah, Wario Hide or Wario Pede, we are shut. This is probably the last level I'll be doing. But we'll see how it goes. This is likely to be, well, not quick. It's going to be a 0.8%, but we'll stick with it and see how it goes. And no worries, Wario Pede or Wario Pied. We do run viewer levels in this slot pretty much twice a week, and have some other maker streams beside that. And whoops, facing the wrong way for the sword here. But we got some Link practice in the last stream. And so yeah, thank you for the follow. Sometimes at around this time I do reopen depending on the state of the queue, but today I'm just not really going to be able to. A little bit late on that one. Need to be a bit faster about grabbing donuts. Did DGR get first clear? There's an easy way to check, but I'll check that after I exit. Whoops. Yeah. Yeah, let's not bump that onto the snake block, obviously. Need to give myself a little bit more headroom to work with as I dash off the Buzzy. Okay. Pretty clear what to do, except I'm just going a bit fast on that before the donuts drop in from what is likely to be a thwomp up top, I'm guessing, given the typical thwompless donut mechanism. Drop the muncher. Diagonal shots tend to be a bit of a mechanical weakness for me for some reason, so just have to keep that in mind as we try to do some of that stuff quickly. No, it didn't want to get the jump at the end there, obviously. Nice full jumps will give me the timing I want to work with here. So. There we go. Okay. It's fine. A little bit late on that jump, of course. Just needed to prepare for that a little bit better. It's a burner on a track pushing a thwomp. I see. To minimize the number of elements you can use up top, so you don't have to have a thwomp every time. Save plenty of budget for the rest. Oops. Which is, I guess, also why you have this design as an auto-scroll, just so everything is going to come in at a very reliable pace that's synchronized with track setup up top. A slow auto-scroller that wasn't slow-paced. Yeah, I mean, the thing about auto-scrollers is that I think too many people think that they just need to crank up the scroll speed to create something frantic, when actually you just need a lot of activity and a lot of things for the player to do that create some movement along the perpendicular axis, so you're not just constantly hugging the screen boundary. I think that's even truer of vertical climbs than it is of horizontal auto-scroll. But, you know, you understand the general idea that if you just have a lot of reasons to go up and down in a horizontal segment like this without having too much horizontal movement at once, then the player is going to have a very dynamic play space in the middle of the layout. E-box with an R. Hope all the modified Odyssey hacks you've been playing lately have been going well. I know you've been doing quite a lot of them, and 3D World and Odyssey hacks, I should say. Whoops. Don't know why I instinctively get the jump there before I actually fire. Something about my muscle memory for diagonal shots is just off. But I've noticed that in many levels before, so... Definitely not an affliction that's particular to this one. Okay. Okay, all pretty readable here. Let's be quick about this guy. Yeah, I need a bit of a shorter jump there, I think. Or just jump directly up to the switch somehow. We'll go back there and see what I can do to clean that up so I can actually make that drop. Need a full jump both times on Goomba. Probably what the arrow is telling you, in fact, unless the arrow is just telling you about the donut position, which it may be. Yeah. But yeah, first bounce off the Goomba there does need to be a full bounce. Whoops. Right now you're trying to make an auto-scroll wind platformer. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, depending on the game style and the sort of wind pattern you're dealing with. Might be something useful. Whoops. The Golden Ridge. I feel like I'm supposed to recognize that from something. Probably something of Mang's. Well, that's almost too plain, considering that Mang is sending us stuff like a $K for us to fill in with variable assignments, as we will. Up we go. Bump this guy. And whoops, nope. Got chomped by the thwomp. Oh, from Celeste. Yeah, because of the wind chapter in Chapter 4. I'd just forgotten its name completely. Hence why it's a wind level. Yeah. Goes to show how long it's been since I played Celeste. I played it at launch on Switch, which I guess was probably 3 years ago now. I mean, speaking of Celeste, and I was thinking about this because we went recently been playing the endgame stuff in Captain Toad, which has the same clone mechanic as in Galaxy 2 and 3D Land, and of course Celeste. That's having the shadow clones in Mario Maker would be pretty interesting. I mean, it would also create all kinds of nonsense, but that's just what happens with elements in Mario Maker. You do need to have a certain tolerance for utter garbage to also have the space of creative possibilities that gets you to good stuff. So. Hey, there we go, nice and crisp. For once. I think we didn't actually slap that. Yes, I'm going to tap that up top. Looks like it's probably going to give me some kind of on-off activation to get me through the door. Yeah, and by tolerance, I mean, of course, that, you know, we just let people like Zero Planes do the uncleared levels and sit back and watch. Yeah, down we go. No, needed a shield through that. Just a little bit slow. Considering that, yeah, if you do the ground pound as Link, it switches into the shield, but after a slight delay. But if I just continue holding down, I think I should be able to not run into trouble with the Thwomp. So let's go back there and see if we can make that happen. There we go. Nice series of pushes there. I kind of like that double shield. That could have gone a lot better, probably with the bomb, in fact. You just want to use the Bomb Crush, perhaps, to get rid of the block. The Bomb Crush will instantly remove the block, and then you can, from there, get the arrow shot in safely. I think it does go low enough that because of the conveyor belt placement, it's... and actually, the bomb may just actually hit the switch by itself if I'm looking at the block placement there. Right, because of the conveyor belt. Guess maybe the indicator was trying to tell me something after all, which... Here, that's going to be an arrow shot for sure. Don't even know if I want to jump into that or just do a diagonal shot going up. TD, which is just asking for a Team Donut tower defense. Okay, up we go. Yeah, because the idea is you jump up, you hit that, and then you land safely on the red blocks down below, then go over to Boo. Okay. Yeah, that repeated nudge on a Thwomp is really quite satisfying, probably just from the animation. Diagonal shot here is actually going to be okay and might even be safer, because it will leave me a bit more time to actually get that done. Even that I don't necessarily expect myself to make the full height there. Not with that timing, I don't. Down we go. And over. Fine, we'll do it your way. Okay, going to be hitting both of those and then getting up to the donut block just slightly to the right. Hitting targets on parachutes, of course, always going to be a bit of a timing challenge. Nope, that was a case of accidental input. Give that a shove. And everything will go down. So, same idea here. We do the Goomba jump. Need a bit of a higher bounce over there to get on top of the donut. And then it will be up to the dry bones over to the right, which we'll see how convenient to fit that pattern is going to be when we get there. Okay, managed to salvage that almost. Stomp. Stomp by the Thwomp. Nope, a little bit slow on everything, actually. Given that, of course, the spawn timings are going to be timed around the auto-scroll and the screen boundary. really afford to fall that far behind. Jump around here. I just have that one up there as a bit of extra incentive. Interesting. A little bit slow on all that, though, before the donut block comes in. I guess I wasn't quite sure of what the timing on that was going to be in terms of the spawn, and by then it was just too late to be reacting, given that I was not even through the Muncher Gate. Okay, give this a bit of a shove, and we are through. Up here. And yeah, Meng, that's, I'm sure, what she said. Let's... Yeah, luckily that is salvageable. I mean, I guess I should actually be following the arrow positioning in terms of timing the parachutes, but... There we go. Yeah, not being somebody who very naturally reads indicators, I think sometimes they just register to me as visual clutter instead of actually being signals I follow. Let's not slip off this time. Oh, I see. The object on the right side there, that's what Meng is getting so excited about. Supernova definitely skirting the boundaries with Nintendo here. Who knew that donut blocks could be so erotic? Okay. I don't know why I was thinking I could actually hit that question block from below. I just wasn't watching the ground. I should tap that from the side, though, in case the sword tap does anything. 1 up, okay. Nice. Plenty of opportunities to get that eventually, I suppose. Oh, a little bit slow here. Okay, it looks like we'll need to do 2 bomb crushes on the right side to get past that final, not final, but get past that gate, which is at the end of that scroll stop. Whoops. Mr. Electro Dude, you looked away for 1 sec, suddenly erotic note blocks. No erotic donut blocks. You're quite lucky that Mr. Jelly Donut King Brock isn't still here on the stream. Because who knows how he would react. We'll just need to show him that next time he drops by. Okay. Let's actually make some of the jumps here. Yeah, King Brock is usually here early on. He's been submitting pretty regularly lately. Okay. Up we go. Now what? Oh, okay, up top. Yeah, I wasn't really reading that semi-solid accurately. So we hit 2 switches. Why would we do that? Let's go back and read that segment. Okay. Here we go. Nope. Right, because you need to blow up the blocks on the right side in order to take the next donut block down. Then you tap the on-off switch on the way down with the sword while you're riding the donut block, and then that takes you to the next element. Alright, we'll just head up and do that. Okay. Going to miss the one up over here. Yeah, we can do that too. I mean, yeah, that was not quite it. I actually feel like a bomb could have been fine there too, maybe, but then the timing would be perhaps even more precise. Maybe too far delayed. Yeah, I know that the POW was meant to be designed for an arrow shot, but thought we'd just go for it with our own method anyway and see if that works. I mean, you know my playstyle by now. You know I don't follow instructions. Whoops. Missed the one up. Fine, we'll do it that way. Why not? No, that's going to be taking too long. Although, interestingly enough, maybe we can hop over to the donut blocks right away without heading up, although I think that's going to be a little bit slow. And a little bit low, moreover. The idea behind getting on top of the red column is to catch the donut blocks while they're in a significantly higher position. Okay, up we go. Alright, fine, we'll do it this way. Oh, I see. The up and down arrows are just telling you to head over to the right. Kind of nice that you have the spring there for people who overshoot the flag. Given how often we have situations where you overshoot the flag and say, well, I'm not getting that one up for endless. Anyway, thank you for the GGs. I don't think it's a major cheese anyway. I think the sword hit is perfectly fine. There is an alternative if you really want to do it that way. Okay, so thank you for all the GGs. That is all we have time for today. So we did have the Mang level and the one before that unfinished. We also had the Tomorio Link level before this one a little bit unfinished, but you know, some of that we'll catch up on with time. In terms of the schedule this week, on top of the standard rotation of viewer levels in Scrabble Club that we've been doing lately, I will probably be getting back to doing some of the extra streams for Maker Puzzles and Maker Showcases as well. So to keep up with that, we'll have the Discord, but it's usually going to be on the same rotation, like Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday to Friday, likely, barring any unexpected circumstances. In the meantime, we'll be finding somebody else interesting that I can send you off to on a raid. And yeah, do keep up with announcements for anything else that we might come up with in the near future. But very eager to kind of get back on a sort of maker-centric schedule after diverting to Captain Toad for the last week or two. So we'll send you on to somebody in just 1 second. And in the meantime, thanks for watching. We'll hopefully pass you on somewhere fun. Have a good night, evening, morning, afternoon, temporal distortion, whatever it is you deal with when you look at your watch at this time of day. And aside from all that, fare thee well.